Thread your crimp bead onto your wire. Then take your clasp and thread the wire through the loop which is attached to the base of the clasp. Next, take the end of the wire back through the crimp bead. Pull the end of the wire all the way through the crimp until it meets with the clasp. Make sure you leave a small amount of room between the crimp and the clasp to give you some flexibility. Using your flat nose or crimping pliers, press down firmly on the crimp bead. Using wire cutters, snip off any excess wire and then your clasp will be ready for you to start beading. Once you have finished your beading, you will need to repeat the process at the other end of the wire, but this time add a crimp bead and a jump ring onto the wire. Take the thread back through the crimp bead and press down with your flat nose pliers. Then you will have a complete clasp.
Do you need a helping hand to get started with Jewelry Maker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our Jewelry Maker website where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy to follow jewelry making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewelry making techniques.
A big hello from everyone here in Jaipur. Namaste.
Good evening and welcome to the late show here on Jewelry Maker. My name's Ed and have we got some treats in store for you. It is going to be a little bit of a madcap show. We've got a lot to get through, so it's going to be a little bit frenzied, but don't panic because as ever we are going to attempt to find and add it to your order price for each and every Jewelry Maker out there. We've been very busy throughout the day, so I know there's a lot of you out there who have already got your order up and running. If you've paid your P&P for today, then we're going to help you to maximise on that one P&P offer by finding you a little bit of a treat. And to help you along the way with a little bit of inspiration, we're also joined by Fleur.
Hello.
How are you, Fleur?
I'm good, thank you.
I don't think we've done a show together before.
No,
Our paths have crossed quite a few times.
Yeah,
yes.
but we've never done a show together.
It's good because we're both passionate about the same discipline of jewellery making. We both love chainmail, don't we?
Yep, we do.
So you're going to use some of our premier strands, but within chainmail designs predominantly.
Put a little bit of chainmail in with time constraints.
Of course, it can be quite time consuming.
Yeah.
What do you love about chainmail?
I love the patterns that it can make. I love the historical values to it as well, and what it used to be used for and how it is now. And just love the fact that you can start with a reel of wire, make your own rings and create a piece of jewellery.
You're light years ahead of me. I buy my jump rings. But you know what I like about the actual discipline is the sort of therapeutic nature of opening all the jump rings. It's quite repetitive. You always have a very professional finish.
Yeah, and sometimes it can be quite challenging, and it's a real nice feeling when you've finished a piece and it's a challenging weave and you've completed it.
Get that feeling of well-being, that you've mastered something. Absolutely. One of the strands that Fleur will be working with is our superstar buy this evening. It is out of this world. In fact, that's the exact word I used to describe. My producer just said, it's divine. I mean, probably one of the sparkliest strands of aquamarine I've ever presented here on Jewelry Maker. The colour tone is so consistent. It's this beautiful sky blue tone, which I suppose is really what you'd associate with aquamarine. It's going to be coming up later in the show, however, it is a limited edition strand, as you'd probably expect from one of the premium varieties of beryl. In this kind of quality, the kind of quality you'd expect to see set into I would say 9 carat white gold elsewhere. I think aquamarine looks beautiful in silver and white gold. This is coming up later in the show as our superstar buy. Get on the phone lines early for that one, otherwise you're probably going to miss out. And I was privy to the conversation between my producer and my manager, in which Helena managed to negotiate an exclusive launch price. So she's got a little bit of money off the price point for you. All thanks to producer Helena. And without further ado, let's start with a must-have for all jewellery makers. That's the way we're going to get you to benefit from that 1p&p opportunity by finding add it to your order prices. This is your coated pyrite. So traditionally, pyrite comes in a sort of antique gold colour tone. That's why it has the nickname Fool's Gold. But here at JewelleryMaker, we have, I think, revitalised the gemstone that is pyrite by applying these beautiful metallic coatings. And even on the face of it, you get one colour tone. When you see them in the flesh, you'll see a little bit of a transition between the colours. So it goes from blues to purples to, and then you do get that little bit of gold. So you can still see it is a genuine gemstone. Just towards the outer edge of the gemstone. And the interesting thing about pyrite is that despite the fact it's an opaque gemstone, it has the same crystal structure as a diamond or a garnet. And therefore you get a single refractive index. That's the reason why these metallic coatings take so well. So the light is only ever going to pass through the gemstone at one speed, and therefore you get this beautiful metallic shimmer once we've coated it. And of course you get these versatile colour tones which are so popular. These are your top drill drops, so as ever, very, very easy to work with, very easy to create matching sets of jewellery if you want to go down the classic route. Or, alternatively, you can set these into any design really. We had Jan on the show last week. She was using top drill drops to create wire work rings. So you never need to feel limited by where the drill hole's placed. Just need to think outside the box. So the more experimental you are, the more you're going to learn about yourself as a designer, and probably the more successful you will be with your jewellery designs. I only have a limited number of a few of the items you're going to see this evening. Of course, that's the nature of the late show. We're here to clear out the last of stock, and this is going to be no exception. Add it to your order prices right up until 9 PM. I'm going to kick off with 180 carats of blue coated pyrite for just $7.95. Is this a gemstone that you use a lot, Fleur?
Yeah, I like pyrite, and I love the coloured pyrites that I've been doing recently, because it makes your jewellery, sometimes with chainmail it can look very traditional, but that makes it look really fun and really up to date.
So it gives it a contemporary sort of finish, if you like.
I mean, if I had that on my craft stall in any type of jewellery, that would just walk off. It would just go, because that blue, and it'd catch the light and look amazing.
It's a really popular colour tone anyway, isn't it? Because you've got that royal blue on the face of it, but when the light hits it, you do get the sort of electric blues, the neon tones, don't you? Absolutely beautiful. As Fleur has alluded to there, it's always going to enhance your design, and of course it can be a bit of a money saver, because sometimes using pyrite can save you when you think about how much of the semi-precious metals you're going to put in there. Pyrite gives you that same shimmer, so you might not necessarily have to use as much sterling silver or even gold-plated sterling silver within your design, because the pyrite will do that job for you. And at $7.95, you know you're onto a winner here. I mean, you could actually use each and every one of these as pendants based on the size. They're 16 by 12 mil. I'll do a quick count up for you before we move on. They are flying out the door. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 20 exactly on this particular strand. 180 carats is the guarantee, so it might vary, but at $7.95 you can't go wrong. And actually, as I look at them more closely, they're crying out to be used as petals, actually, aren't they? Or dragonfly wings.
Oh, they'd be amazing as dragonfly wings.
Nice.
I love the weight to pyrite as well. It's a nice stone to hold. It's a weighty stone, so it feels like a proper gemstone. I agree.
When you have that more solid feel to your jewellery, people are more comfortable with the price point, aren't they?
So sometimes with glass and plastic it can be very lightweight, and there's a you know, there's different avenues for all types of jewellery making, with glass and plastic included. But with genuine gemstones, especially pyrite, it's got that real nice weight to it.
That solidity, that weight. $7.95 is the add it to your order price. Congratulations if you've just taken advantage of that deal. We are going to move on, and we're going to continue down the coated pyrite route, but this time you've got a real sort of swirl of colours, still quite metallic tones because you've got the purples, the blues, the golds, the greens, but you've got them graduating across each and every gemstone. You can see that. I mean, those are perfect. I'm thinking for Christmas do's, actually. Earring designs for your Christmas do. Even if you've got maybe sort of like a teenage daughter who's got a Christmas party, they'd be fantastic earrings, wouldn't they?
Then just to make their friends' bits of jewellery.
True.
You know, or the teacher or something like that. Or even, so you can get
this is good.
Teacher
Did you
presents.
See the light bulb above my head?
Moment. Bit of a teacher. Bit of a teacher present, or even just Christmas decoration. If you just put it on the Christmas tree behind you, that'd look amazing.
Shall we have a look at that? I won't move it out of shot too soon. I'll get in trouble from my director. But yeah, you're right. And actually, funnily enough, despite the fact that you've got a lot of purples and golds going on here, it goes beautifully with the silver tones. That looks nice, doesn't it?
You just do like little drops with just an S hook on the top, just some S hooks.
Yes. And those have all been sort of base metal as well. They've been sort of added to your order price as well. So you could easily create your own Christmas decoration just to embellish the look, and you do get that very festive feel from this rainbow coated pyrite here. Over 200 carats on the actual strand. Again, probably large enough to use as pendants if that's the route you wanted to go down, but I can see earring designs with these, and as Fleur has inspired us there, they look beautiful on your Christmas tree as decorations. 12 by 8 millimeters in size. They're already proving to be very, very popular, and there you go. That's why, because we've got another add it to your order price this evening of just £6.95, so under £10 for over 200 carats of rainbow coated pyrite. Just £6.95, and don't forget, because I know there's been a lot of very showcase strands on today, shall we say. If you've already started to collate your order, if you like, if you spend over $49.95, you will receive a free gift as well. And I have to say, I've been massively impressed with what people have been receiving. Some people have had, what did we have last night? Something really impressive. 3 strands. I can't remember now. But on Friday morning, somebody was telling me they got 3 strands of peridot as their free gift. That's pretty impressive, isn't it? I wouldn't mind that.
3 stones on the toggle clasps with gemstones in them as well. I was so jealous. I was really jealous.
That's pretty impressive. So there you go. If you're getting up towards the that price point, that £50 price point, then you might as well make the most of it really and get your free gift. It's probably going to give you exceptional value. I'm expecting one lady in the studio to be very excited by the next opportunity, because our tech op Sam on cameras tonight is a massive fan of Druzy Quartz. This is your favourite gemstone, isn't it? Oh, okay. I'm just going to relay that information. I think because we've been so busy this weekend, we may now be oversubscribed on the free gifts. So I didn't know that when I started saying it. It's literally just come down to me. So I'll share that information with you now. Don't make those orders for that exact reason. But actually, to be honest, if you're spending that kind of money, then you know you're getting incredible value. Gemstones that are going to go a long way. But I think the free gifts have now all been allocated. Is that right? They're going to double check it, but just in case, I'll just put that little proviso in there that I may have been incorrect. 16mm plain rounds of your forest green Druzy Quartz. I mean, again, you've got some of the festive colour tones there, haven't you? Because these rich, deep greens are often associated with Christmas. Not just Christmas trees, I think greens and reds and golds. Those are the kind of colours for this season. And of course, a bit of sparkle. Now I'll try and show you some of the crystal formations that will provide you with that natural sparkle. Can you see it there? Oh yeah, it's coming through beautifully. There you go. Now these are quite delicate crystal formations. Oh, look at that one. Love that. But because they're so organic, because they're so natural, they tend to attract a lot of attention. And actually, these kind of feel a bit wintry, don't they, because of that frosted finish?
They're lovely, aren't they? Are they really?
They're feature beads as well.
They are. And do you know, they look really nice in a crame bracelet, because you could actually fix, where the bit of druzy is, you could fix it in place with your cords. So it's always on the top. So that
you've got the actual crystals coming through. Absolutely fantastic. If anybody's thinking that they don't understand the sort of druzy inclusions, basically these crystal formations are very, very reliant on the host rock. You tend to find them on quite dense gemstones like agate or quartz, and so they're almost like microscopic crystal formations. Sometimes they can be damaged during the mining process, or as I say, the host rock can sometimes sort of engulf the crystal formations. But when we are lucky enough to extract the quartz and still maintain the beauty of those druzy formations, you know you're onto a winner. You know that they're going to attract attention. I think a lot of people associate that traditional sparkle with luxury jewellery, and here you've got a beautiful colour tone as well, because not only do we often describe green as sort of Mother Nature's base tone, but here, because you've got that sort of swirl of the white in there as well, they look really wintry. It almost looks like a sort of, I was thinking like a mountainous region, like an aerial view of that. But yeah, Helena's saying the imagery that she is imagining is sort of like planets from a distance as well, and so they have so many different connotations attached to it. That's the beauty of working with genuine gemstones. No two are going to be the same, and they're going to evoke that kind of emotive imagery within the wearer and the designer. So you can't go wrong here. You've got over 600 carats on the strand. These look fantastic within a variety of different designs. I'm thinking of just making a feature, maybe caging one within wire, something like that. Sam's got an inspirational idea. She's playing charades with me. She's trying to tell me, but hit me, Sam. We'll share it with the group.
I'm thinking if you put a silver chain between two pieces of druzy, I'd actually make it a tinsel, because I've got a white tree.
She's got a white Christmas tree. She's thinking of linking them using chain and using it as tinsel. Gemstone tinsel. You like that?
Tinsel goes everywhere.
What's that, sorry? Oh, and good point. Producer Helena's saying she hates the mess that tinsel makes. Yeah. Oh, everybody seems to be in agreement about that. So yeah, that's a great idea. Gemstone tinsel.
And you've still got them at the end after Christmas. You can make them into jewellery.
You can break it down in January and turn it into jewellery designs. Finally, some people on my wavelength. I got in trouble the other day for being too thrifty by suggesting that you break them down, but that's the beauty.
No, if I've had a piece that I've made a couple of years ago, I'll break it down and make it into something else.
All over again.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of working with genuine gemstones. They're pretty much going to last forever. Breaking news, we're about to give you an exclusive price reduction. Should be $8.95, already ridiculous value for 620 carats. We're not even staying there. $6.95 for 16 mil perfect rounds of forest green druzy quartz.
And everybody can wear green. Green's one of those colours that nearly everybody can pull off. Any skin type and colour can pull off green.
That reminds me, I'm supposed to be wearing a bin bag tonight. Aren't I? That was my challenge, to see if I could put up. I forgot. $6.95. That's a good point, actually. This is a consideration, I suppose, not just from a design point of view, but when you're selling your designs, you need to know the wearer's going to be comfortable with it, and green does tend to go with a lot of different combinations. Well, as we've said, it's Mother Nature's base colour there. $6.95 is the add it to your order price. Do you know what I really love about them? Even though the actual twinkle that you're getting from the crystals is amazing, I love the frosted finish. I think it just brings an extra dynamic to your designs, a little bit of texture, isn't it?
Yeah, it does, because we're so used to gemstones that sparkle.
Yes.
So to have something that's got a matte finish and then the sparkle within the bead as well, it still comes through there.
Yeah, so you get sort of layers of design there, don't you? So different points of interest depending on how the light hits the gemstone, which is of course the whole point of working with genuine gemstones as opposed to synthetics. If you just wanted that one look, then you might as well use a piece of glass. But
that's it.
When you're using something created by Mother Nature, not only do you get a very unique finish to each and every gemstone, but you do get those little glimpses of what was intended, but from different angles. So it's really interesting gemstone that will attract attention to your designs. $6.95 is your clearance price this evening for the last in stock, but it's only available at that price for the next 60 minutes. So if you want to take advantage, you need to be flying on that free phone number right now. We are going to move on to our next deal, so congratulations if you grab that one. Oh, I'll tell you what, I'm going to bring that druzy back. Have a look at this for a combination. Match made in heaven, isn't it?
That is.
You've got these beautiful emerald greens once again, but this time in your marcasite. And now you can really make a feature of that frosted effect because you can use the polished finish on the marcasite as a sort of accent, if you like.
And you've got your gold in the marcasite as well for your gold findings as well.
Very true.
Yeah, that would be beautiful.
So it's almost sort of leading you through the creative process, isn't it? It's showing you what findings to use, and then you can still inject that little bit of sparkle, just maybe one druzy in the centre. Actually, I can see a sort of choker style design.
Just with one.
Yeah, with these round the neckline and then one feature druzy in the centre.
Or the same as a bracelet. Exactly the same, just have one on the top.
Even macrame. So you can have 3 marcasite either side and then one druzy in the centre.
To really, like a big wow factor.
I like that. And again, you could use any combination of cords really with the gemstones as well, so that would work.
Yeah, there's lots of we do loads of different colours of cords as well that would go beautifully with that green.
Absolutely, you can't go wrong. Because as we say, green's going to go with anything. Now this is a premier strand of marcasite. We've never seen these 12mm forest green rounds before this evening, and you're actually getting over 400 carats on this one strand. I will show you the inclusions that Fleur was referencing there. It's almost like gold leaf on top of the gemstone itself.
I think it looks a real, like a 1940s gemstone. That's what I think it reminds me of.
Absolutely. Marcasite is actually synonymous with Victorian jewellery, actually. Traditionally more of the metallic tones, but you do get that there. Actually, it's almost like you've got green lapis lazuli. Yeah. That's what it feels like, isn't it? It's absolutely spectacular. And again, a showcase gemstone. The size is very, very large. Polished rounds, so you get a very uniformed finish, but because of those beautiful inclusions on the surface of the gemstone, you do get the variations as well. 12mm in size, fantastic colour tone, perfect as an accompaniment to the dark green druzy that we just saw, but maybe you have another design in mind. What are you going to do with your green marcasite when you get it home? Start dialing that free phone number right now to put yourself to the front of the queue. It is a limited edition strand, never been seen before, and could be here today, gone today. $7.95 for 12mm polished strands of marcasite. Fantastic deal, fantastic value, and I think I'm going to have to use that phrase once again. It's an add it to your order price. So if you have paid your $2.95, that will cover you right up until midnight. Doesn't matter how many items you order, this is going to be a must-have for so many different designers. And actually, it's interesting because despite the fact that marcasite is predominantly associated with sort of vintage style designs, because we've got these variations, these would look beautiful in contemporary pieces as well, wouldn't they, Flo? Yeah.
If you just had some small black, like 6mm rounds, and then just had 3 of those in the middle, just a real contemporary look, but with a classic, a classic look with a contemporary twist, because you've mixed the colours as well. Or even just, the new spacer beads that we've had on? Yes. Some of those. Because you don't have to stick with silver, with gold. You can go with silver.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that'll bring the gold out even more.
Ah, so you can make a feature of those gold inclusions by working with sterling silver findings.
Yeah, with silver.
I like that idea. Maybe, what about these rondelles? They're probably...
Oh, yeah, they're the ones that I was talking about, yeah.
And you've got the detailing as well on there, which is almost mirrored in the inclusions of the marcasite. Yeah, I like that. That's beautiful, and you're right, actually, all of a sudden the golds are starting to pop, aren't they, on the surface of the gemstone. And the metallic tones from the silver comes through as well, so can't go wrong there, you see. Lots of inspiration from Fleur right up until 9 PM. $7.95. another add it to your order price for a premiere item this evening. So we'll leave that one with you. Okie dokie, yeah. It's this one, isn't it? Yeah, fantastic. Okay. I was a bit excited when I got here today. Especially when I found out we were going to be giving you a clearance opportunity on one of the highest quality strands of Rainbow Moonstone we've ever managed to source here at JewelleryMaker. I do have that personal association with Rainbow Moonstone because it's my birthstone. What's your birthstone, Fleur?
Aquamarine.
Aquamarine,
Yeah.
so you're in your element this evening.
I am with that beautiful
There you
strand.
go. Don't forget, Superstar by limited edition strand of Aquamarine. I'll show you that in 1 second. Right now, we're going to indulge the big dog because we're going to have a look at my birthstone. I mean, when I talk about how impressive this strand is, Rainbow Moonstone, named for the spectrum of colour that you find within the Irregular essence, and hopefully it's coming through. Can you see that little shimmer of tangerine in the centre of the yellows and blues and greens? Gorgeous. This is what you want to see in Rainbow Moonstone. Oh, look at that. It's so funny because when you lean it towards the camera, I can't see the Irregular essence now, but when I look on the screen, it's coming through. And this is the beauty of working with a gemstone that offers you an optical effect. You're going to see different effects from different angles. Depends on how the light enters the gemstone. I like that one actually because it's quite a solid sort of violet tone coming through there. Traditionally you're going to see the blues and greens, but on this particular strand you've got the yellows and the apricot tones coming through as well. Genuine Rainbow Moonstone here. Phenomenal quality. Love that optical effect. This is why people fall in love with June's birthstone moonstone. Oh, look at that. Wow. Whole rainbows living inside every single gemstone, and a fantastic graduation in the sizes as well. They range from 5 to 11 millimeters. Again, I'm not trying to be contrary, but they're not hearts. They're top jewel drops. I don't know if it's a generic classification or whether it's just an error in the drop down, but you'd want to see that indentation. I don't want anybody to feel misled, so I would probably classify these as top jewel drops as opposed to hearts. They are faceted on the surface, so you get that gorgeous play of light, but I think once people see the swirl of colour and the spectrums of colour inside, then I think people are going to start falling in love with the idea of owning genuine gemstones once they start to realise that Mother Nature has gone above and beyond in creating these items. It's a member of the feldspar family, and as a result it's a sedimentary rock basically, so you get these layers of different elements that make up moonstone. And so when the light enters the gemstone, it moves at different speeds, and then it creates this dispersion of light, and that's why you get this play of colour. But traditionally, as I say, you'd expect to see blues and greens, but to get little rainbows living inside each and every gemstone, it's so impressive. I think it's the kind of gemstone that will sort of turn people on to the idea of owning genuine gemstones and to start their own collection, particularly June babies. As I say, this is one of the few gemstones that I do own in my own personal jewellery collection, and this is exceptional quality. Now normally this strand will be $24.95. That's already ridiculous value for 45 carats of what I would describe as jewellery quality moonstone. I know you're going to make jewellery out of all of the gemstones we bring tonight, but there is a difference between denser gemstones that are more readily available and hand faceted top quality gemstones like this that offer you such an amazing phenomena. Should be $24.95. Coming from our Gems of Distinction range, it is our elite quality. Wow, $16.95. That is a hefty saving this evening. It's a clearance deal, you can see. It says clearance behind my head, and so I have to say I think we're going above and beyond here Under £20 would have been an amazing price, but down at $16.95, absolutely not representative of the quality of Moonstone that you're actually receiving here, and the sizes. Because these range from 5 up to 11 millimeters in size. I mean, that is a hefty rainbow moonstone, and can you imagine this as maybe a solitaire ring? Look at that. And now, do you know what? Because you've got a larger surface area on the surface, that does resemble the heart shape a little more, doesn't it? On the larger gemstone. That's gorgeous. Can you imagine that set into a wirework ring, just using the drill hole at the top of the gemstone as an anchor, and then you can create your shank around the gemstone. I mean, you just need a little bit of movement with that, and look at that, it comes to life. Fantastic. You're never going to want to own a synthetic again once you see the quality of this rainbow moonstone. Look at that. You don't see those sort of sunrise-like colour tones very often, do you?
What does it look like with that blue pyrite? Because that'll bring out the, you know, the blue
that's a
pyrite
nice idea, yeah.
Because it'll bring out the blue.
Oh, just to play on the depth that you get from the blues. I'll tell you what, if you do want to set this with a blue gemstone,
yeah, the aquamarine.
It has to be the aquamarine.
Yeah.
Actually, all three together work quite beautifully. That is luxury jewellery. It's a glamorous design, isn't it, if you're working with aquamarine and rainbow moonstone. And when you've got that consistency of colour in a gemstone like aquamarine that's so well known, March's birthstone of course, starts to come through within the agilurescence of the moonstone, doesn't it? So you start to pick out the sky blues and the violet tones beautifully when it's set alongside the aquamarine. Actually, you could just be quite sparing with the faceted aquamarine and use those just maybe as accent gemstones and make a real feature of the optical effect. I have to say, I've just put this, you know, I'm just holding it at a slightly different angle because I've put it flat on the desk, and the colour tones I'm seeing are out of this one. I'm going to try and get them across to you on screen. Greens and blues and purples, even apricot tones coming through as well. Just on the base of the gemstone, can you see it there? The golden tones. Look at that. $16.95 is our clearance price this evening, down from $24.95, but only available at that price for the next 60 minutes. So if you do want to take advantage, dial the free phone number or click to buy now. There are a few people who've got it placed in their basket. You need to be checking out because, of course, it will return to the original price in 60 minutes. And I have to say, if somebody was to come through and want 2 strands of those, your strand could be allocated to their order. You do have an extended money-back guarantee until the 31st of January, so a long, long time to make your final decision, but right now is the time to take advantage of the clearance price point. We're going to move on, and we're going to bring you a wholesale bundle now, 2 strands of Bronzite, another clearance deal. And there is going to be a lot of this going on tonight. We are going to be clearing out the last of stock opportunities, and the way that we do that is by creating wholesale deals and taking those prices down to bargain town. Bronzite Beauties now, and we get a lot of requests on the show for the same gemstone but in different cuts, and I suppose again it does remove certain aspects from the design process because you know it's going to look very cohesive as a design, given that you get the same effect, the same colour tones, but you still get those points of interest, that dynamic from the variation in the shapes. Here we've got your puffy squares, which are corner drilled, so more like a rhombus than a square, or a diamond I suppose. And you also get your puffy ovals, which as ever are popular because of the elongation there. The ovals are 10 by 8 millimeters in size, giving you 130 carats. The corner drilled squares or rhombus shapes are 12 millimeters in dimensions, giving you 180 carats. So over 300 carats of Bronzite on this particular deal, and as ever, If we take a selection of our gemstones and bundle them together, it allows us to work on smaller margins and offer you a wholesale price point. And that's exactly what we're about to do. Start dialing that free phone number. We know how popular Bronzite is. It offers you all of those beautiful earthy colour tones, those sort of chocolate browns and the golden tones that you might associate with, say, Smokey Quartz or Golden Tiger's Eye. But with the beautiful variations that you get from the silica content, giving you that, actually it's very similar to the chatoyancy that you'd see on Tiger's Eye actually. It's a more subtle effect, but still definite optical variations, if you like. Bronzite Beauties then, 2 strands in these fantastically uniform shapes in your corner drilled squares and your ovals. If you were to buy both strands individually any other time, it'd be $19.90. Already fantastic value because both Bronzite strands are then under £10. But it says clearance behind me, and that means we're about to take these down to a very, very special price point. Should be $19.90, but this evening, $11.95. That's effectively buy one, get one for £2. Can't say fairer than that. That's how we roll here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. We try to make these gorgeous gemstones as accessible as possible. The way that we do that is by trying to get as close to source as possible when we are getting hold of our gemstones. On some occasions we actually do own our own mines, and so we're able to negotiate the most competitive prices and we pass those savings on to you. $11.95 is the clearance price, available for the next 60 minutes. Should be $19.90, and for the next 60 minutes add 2 strands of Bronzite to your order for $11.95. Lots of people taking advantage of that, and again, if you've got it placed in your basket, check out to avoid disappointment. We're going to move on to another wholesale bundle, actually, another clearance deal. I love this because you've got a similar effect from both gemstones, but one is a monochrome tone, which is quite classic, quite almost sort of vintage-esque, if you like, if you think about those sort of 1920s monochrome designs. So these might be more suitable for your more elegant pieces, if you like. And of course, you've got the bespoke finish, and that's mirrored in the inclusions that you find on your Unakite. However, I think Unakite has more of a contemporary feel to it, with the sort of blush tones that you get there on the surface of the forest greens. Love the inclusions in both, because I think this is one consideration for a lot of people investing in bespoke jewellery design. They want to know it's a one of a kind. They want to know no one else is wearing that piece of jewellery. And if you're working with the likes of black rutile quartz or Unakite, you know that no two are the same, because the banding and the inclusions within the gemstones create that unique luxury feel to your jewellery designs. Black rutile quartz is often associated with collectible jewellery designs because you can see the way Mother Nature has placed these inclusions inside the gemstone. They're actually tourmaline inclusions that you find inside the black rutile quartz, and I mean, it's going to evoke different imagery to different people. I always think of it as almost looking like Japanese art. That's my interpretation. Flares agreeing, I like that.
Yeah. No,
but
it does.
is that something that you've encountered?
Yeah.
Do you sell much of your jewellery? Do you tend to?
Yeah, I make resin jewellery as well, horsehair memory jewellery. And when you place black horsehair into clear resin, it looks like
black rutile quartz.
So I always finish my necklace, and then if I've done a bracelet with black rutile quartz.
Nice, I like that.
It's got the same sort of feel about it. But yeah, I've never thought of the Japanese writing. But yeah, it does. Those kind of paint marks through it. That's
what I think it looks like, paintbrush strokes.
Yeah.
That's exactly how I describe it. Ah, Fleur, me and you are going to get on. And the good thing about this particular bundle as well is that you've got a similar shape, but you've got a different feel from both strands because of where the drill hole's been placed. So you've got top drilled black rutile quartz and you've got through drilled Unakite. So depending on how you work as a designer, these will fit into your designs in a variety of different ways. Of course, they're sort of a petal or leaf shape actually, naturally, aren't they? So depending on what kind of design you want to put together, the drill hole from each strand may benefit the way that you work. These should come in at $19.90, so $9.95 per strand on average. But this is our final clearance deal. We're about to take this down to a clearance price and make it as accessible as possible, from $19.90 down to $12.95. Amazing. I mean, elsewhere you'd be happy to pay that for one strand alone, wouldn't you? Certainly a faceted black rutile quartz you wouldn't expect to find for much less than $12.95.
And Unakite, you hardly ever see Unakite, and it's beautiful.
I always think it's almost having a bit of a renaissance, really, because the colour tones are very popular in sort of contemporary looks. They're very on trend. That swirl between the forest green and the, I always think it's like a rose pink.
Yeah, it's almost like a cherry tree in blossom. That
absolutely.
kind of pink and green together.
And we see a lot of designs these days inspired by Mother Nature, and so that natural combination should be very, very useful, especially at a clearance price. Just $12.95 for 2 strands of gemstones, and that is coming to you at a clearance price as ever, only available for 60 minutes. I'm going to leave that one with you, and we're going to move on to our next deal. Don't forget that aquamarine coming up later in the show. And actually, we're going to bring you our sterling silver detailed rondelles. We've already referenced these this evening, but this is a premiere opportunity to own these tonight. I will hold them like that, it gives you a better idea. Huge drill hole there. So they're going to definitely work for a variety of different techniques. Certainly the braiding techniques, for example, these would look beautiful on. Love the patterning on the surface as well. Now you don't get one of these, you get 10 in total. They're very, very large. They're 16 by 6 millimeters, so they are going to make an impact on your designs. I like the idea of the silver plated copper because of course it allows us to give you those larger findings that will make that kind of impact, but still offers you that feel of luxury, that elegant finish that you get from the silver plating. Absolutely adore that beautiful detailing on the surface of the silver plating there. Again, it just adds a little je ne sais quoi to your design, should we say. It almost looks like sort of the kind of detailed metalwork you'd associate with high-end designs, wouldn't you? Almost like a paisley pattern there, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Silver plated copper rondelles here, 16 by 6 millimeters in size. I mean, these could be used as the feature to break up an asymmetrical design. They could be used maybe as the detailing on a bangle design. I mean, if you actually think about the high street sort of charm shop, this is the classic finish to one of their bracelet designs. I won't get started on the price points that they charge.
Do you know what I like to do with these? I'm going to pass you this, but it'll be too big to go if you put that down the drill hole and make cufflinks. So you put your feature beads, so you've got your sparkle from your aquamarine.
Nice, so you actually set the gemstone in there.
Into that. I mean, is that perfect?
It fits perfectly.
Oh, there you go.
Can you imagine setting an aquamarine in? I always think aquamarine looks beautiful in the silver.
Because you've got your silver would be more hard wearing for your cufflink, and then your aquamarine would be just that little bit of sparkle.
Oh. I think we should give Fleur these silver plated rondelles to work with, and I think you should make a lovely pair of cufflinks.
I can do that.
They might go missing at 9:01. Who knows? That's fantastic. I'm getting in trouble now. I'm definitely still in the cufflinks. Okay, silver plated copper rondelles. You get 10 in total. Let's get the price on screen. $6.95. Another add it to your order price this evening. We're definitely making it worth people's while tonight, aren't we? If you've got your order from running, you can't go wrong on the late show. Clearance deals right up until 9 PM, and for $6.95 you do get 10 of these. I will show you everything you're going to get. Very significant number of textured beads here, all for $6.95, and we're actually going to pass these over to the lovely Fleur so she can also provide us with a little bit of inspiration, or even help you to expand your jewellery collection, who knows. Okay, I'm going to pass these over. Oh, look at this, Pete's being my little go-between there. I like it, Pedro. Okay, $6.95. Huge number of people coming through on the free phone number, so if you've got them placed in your basket, you need to be checking out. We're going to move on, and oh, this has to be tourmaline. Oh, really? Wow, you would not expect to see this amount of corundum placed on one strand in these sizes. I was not expecting to see corundum on this strand. I was thinking, because of the spectrum of colours and because of the size of the gemstones, it would have to be tourmaline. Now, tourmaline is a very high-end gemstone, but I think, you know, sapphires kind of is one of the most prestigious gemstones on the planet. It's considered to be one of the big five, alongside emeralds, rubies. Oh, I suppose you've got rubies on here, actually. Diamonds, and of course tanzanite breaking into that group these days. But look at those. You've got the pastel pink sapphires, you've got hot pink sapphires, and rubies. You've virtually got the whole spectrum of pink and red corundum there. And the same applies to the blue sapphires. You've got sky blues, you've got midnight blues, and sort of Ceylon blues there as well. You've also got the purple tones coming through, and which is probably the rarest colour tone you're ever likely to see in sapphires. This is out of this world, isn't it? Quite muted tones as well, so they're going to fit into so many different designs. Over 200 carats of corundum on one strand. Now, people might not be aware of this and they might be getting a bit confused. Corundum is the gemological name for sapphires and rubies. They have the same chemical composition. Ruby is a colour classification of sapphires. We talk about that a lot on the show, but if you're new to us, you know, I always say, it's only obvious if you know. And these are 8mm rounds, so significant carat weights on each and every gemstone. Wow, can you imagine just colour graduating the strand? Mark Smith would be all over this strand, wouldn't he?
Oh, yeah.
They're the perfect size for macrame bracelets. The strand is crying out to be colour graduated, so you can go from the pastel pinks up to the red rubies, the sort of pale blues into the Ceylon blues, into the midnight blues. But you don't have to. I mean, you can play on the colour variations if you like, but I mean, what does this say to you, Fleur? Are you being inspired by this strand?
I'd love to put just a couple with some pearls. Some really classic white pearls or cream pearls, and just have like the rubies or the sapphire colours, just a few in the front of a necklace again. I think that'd be, I mean, to say you can have ruby and sapphire and have that many carats of it, that's unreal.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? And also, this is a finish that we don't see traditionally within sapphires and rubies. Ultimately, it tends to be faceted varieties because they want to highlight the clarity. But on this particular strand, you've got more of an opaque finish to the gemstones. You're still working with, you know, two of the big four or big five, depending how you see it, in one design potentially, because you do have rubies and sapphires on the strand. I've got people coming through to multi-buy this particular strand now, so it does look like this could be your final opportunity to own this, but who knows. $59.95 for 230 carats of rubies and sapphires on one strand. Can we have a look at these variations of colour? Because you've got, as I say, sort of more feminine pink tones. I mean, look at that. That is kind of midnight blue sapphire, the classic look.
If you just put two of those on a head pin and put them in some sterling silver rings, you've got to be looking at £40, £45.
Right,
just
okay.
for two beads, because of them being sapphire with sterling silver.
There you go then. Profit maker galore then, because you could make so many pairs of earrings.
Yeah.
You've got a lot of gemstones on this strand. You'd expect to, with over 200 carats on this one strand of sapphires. I mean, look at those ruby reds as well. I'll probably, well, regular viewers will know my personal associations, but yeah, I would go for a sort of rose pink and a red ruby on the same earrings. Producer Helena saying, well, surprise, surprise, Ed, you've gone for the pinks. I don't know what it is. I love pink gemstones. Fantastic strand here, available for $59.95, but only while stocks last. If you've got it placed in your basket, you need to be checking out. I'm surprised actually at the popularity based on the price point, because you know sometimes we're bringing you genuine gemstones for $6.95, but these are 2 of the big 4 on one strand, so the price point is totally ridiculous. Do your own research, see what you can pay for rubies and sapphires elsewhere. I doubt you're going to get over 200 carats for that kind of price point. Congratulations if you have added that to your order. Phenomenal opportunity there. We are going to move on. Really? Straight away? Okay. I'm going to warn everybody right now that this is probably the best value you're going to see all night on genuine gemstones, and that's saying something here on JewelleryMaker, because we've already touched upon the idea of creating wholesale bundles and the fact that that allows us to offer you better value. The more items we place in a bundle, the more competitive the pricing becomes. This is an 8-strand bundle. It's out of this world. We're going to be talking about less than £3 per strand here. I'm going to start there. So we've got these gorgeous sort of sky blues. I would describe them as on your shell rectangles. They're 20 by 15 millimeters in size, so quite a significant look. And again, I think despite the fact that shell is a mineral that's often associated with more summery looking jewellery designs, I think when you've got these icy blues, they'll work all year round, won't they? They work in your seasonal jewellery, your winter designs.
That famous film Frozen, that's all the little girls wear.
What's that? Did people like that, do they?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just being silly. Yes, very popular.
It is that frozen blue, isn't it? So yeah, you could make some lovely winter jewellery with that.
I've forgotten the line now.
Let
the song they keep singing? Oh yeah.
Let it go.
Don't let it go.
No.
Get hold of it. We've also got this top drilled drops of gorgeous yellow chalcedony. Again, quite a rare gemstone. We don't see it in this colour tone every day here on JewelleryMaker. I love the combination actually. We saw a little hairband design that Michelle put together yesterday evening, interspacing these beautiful gold and yellow tones with the sky blues. Fantastic combination. My daughter's made up with it. Get myself in trouble again. Then we've got the same size and cut of your shell, but this time in your hot pink. So this could be for, maybe I'm thinking like a niece for a Christmas design, contemporary pair of earrings, or bangle even. If you are starting to think about maybe going away in the springtime and you want to just take away the drizzle from outside and plan your holiday jewellery, I mean it is mostly associated with that, but again I think that...
But I think as well, most of us have not finished our Christmas jewellery or presents, but come the Christmas holidays when we've got nothing to do and we want to do our spring jewellery, then that's perfect if it's in a bundle now, to put it away till your Christmas holiday, because everybody has a couple of days off over Christmas where you can make your spring jewellery.
Lucky everyone else.
Yeah. Apart from
I'll
you,
be here. Yeah, absolutely. So you could start to maybe just take your mind away, let your mind wander over that couple of days. Fantastic. Actually, I'll tell you what, because you get such a variety of cuts and different gemstones and different finishes as part of this bundle, be a fantastic gift for a jewellery maker. Because of the value, because of the creative scope, if you like, if a jewellery maker opens this up on Christmas Day, that's going to last them till about, well, I was going to say New Year's Day, but
Maybe
New Year's
not.
Day and beyond, to be honest. Probably,
Yeah.
actually, it depends how much jewellery you make, doesn't it? Have a look at this. I'm going to continue to bring strands. I haven't even got halfway, and these are already flying out the door, probably based on the value. Have a look at these beautiful little adventuring cubes. Again, not something we see every day, and on this occasion it's because of the cut. I love the idea of using these more angular shaped gemstones. It gives that more contemporary feel to your designs. It's really prominent on the sort of fashion jewellery market, using cubes, and also the sort of sharp angles with the wire and the chain as well. These would be perfect for creating that kind of dynamic. The cubes themselves are 4mm in dimension, giving you 60 carats, and actually, again, you could easily use those in a macrame design or even a bead loom. They'd look fantastic, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they'd be lovely as bead loom, but also in chainmail as well, because a lot of your chainmail is, you can make it into a square.
Yes.
So you could follow the pattern through with your chainmail.
I can't, but you can.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could.
I'm going to get some tips from Fleur on my chainmail later on this evening. Ooh, look at this. We're dipping back into the Moonstone. This time, the multicoloured variety. So again, always looking at creative scope here. Always looking at offering you creative opportunities. And because you get this variety of colours here, from your silvers to your more dramatic greys, and then from your apricot tones into almost tangerine shades here on your Moonstone, can't go wrong, especially when you get that fantastic schiller on the surface of the gemstone. Top drill drops again, so they're going to hang very naturally within your designs. And if top drill drops are what you're after, and you want something versatile and eclectic, how about top drill drops of Smokey quartz here? 70 carats in total, ranging from 4x3 up to 10x5, again coming from our Gems of Distinction range. Fantastic polished finish on the surface there. Subtle variations in the colours, ranging from the sort of golden tones to the rich chocolate browns. Can't go wrong with that. It's everybody's favourite at the moment because of its versatility. And then we've just touched upon the idea of the bead loom designs. Red tiger's eye 2mm rounds. So you get the optical effect. $2mm rounds, beautifully polished. You still get to experience the optical effect. It almost looks, again, almost looks like jet black, but when you see it in reality, you'll be able to appreciate the swirl of colour. I'll show you it in a little more detail, actually, so you can make a decision a little more informed. But there you go, you can see those beautiful ruby reds coming through there, along with the chatoyancy there. That's the optical effect you get there, almost like a cat's eye-like effect on the surface of the gemstone. Can you imagine using these to maybe frame a cabochon and a soutache design, or again on your bead loom? They just add that intricacy to your design, yet you're still adding value to the piece because it's a genuine gemstone. And we've got that same cut here. This time offering you sort of moss greens, if you like. These are your Labradorite. So traditionally we see the more sort of pebble greys on your Labradorite, but these are offering you more of the sort of golden green tones. And again, we're still able to experience the optical effect. There's a bit of Labradorescence coming through here. You probably... I've actually got it on some of them. I just had it there. Sorry, can we go back to that shot just so I can establish the one I had? Can you see that? I just captured the Labradorescence on some of these 2mm rounds, and now I can't find it. Is it coming through there? Can you see it? There we go. Oh, that one there. There it is. We got it. I got it. There it is on the tip of my thumb. That little delicate Labradorescence that you get from a 2mm polished round. So 8 strands in total as part of this bundle. Labradorite, tiger's eye, Smokey quartz, multicoloured Moonstone, adventurine cubes, or cuboids actually, and then you've got your 2 strands of shell rectangles and your chalcedony. They're sort of like daffodil tones, aren't they, on your chalcedony? Normally, if you were to buy all 8 strands it'd be £27.60. Already under £30 for 8 strands of gemstones. Ridiculous value, that's what we do, but we promised you a wholesale price point for your 8 strand bundle. And we're about to save you over £10 on these 8 strands of gemstones. $16.95. So normally it'd be $27.60. Right now you can add all 8 strands to your order for just $16.95. We already had a lot of people coming through on the phone lines before we revealed the price on screen. And if I were you, I'll be checking out my basket because there is a huge demand on the free phone number. So what are we talking about here? About £2.20 per strand? Less than that, in fact, £2.15 per strand. £2.12, there you go, I was pretty close with £2.15. So £2.12 per strand. A lot of these coming from our Gems of Distinction range, like the Yellow Chalcedony, the Moonstone, the Smokey Quartz. You've got those very delicate 2mm rounds in your Tiger's Eye and Labradorite, so we're also offering you optical effects in the smaller cuts. $16.95 is not representative of the carat weight and range of gemstones that you're going to receive, and it is proving to be very, very popular. Great gift for a jewellery maker as well if you don't know what gemstones they traditionally work with, by basically investing in a whole gemstone stash for this kind of price point. You know there's going to be lots of different creative options. Got to leave that one with you and move on. It's this one, isn't it? Yes, I saw this. Now this is the sort of festive bundle, isn't it? We are feeling a bit festive today. I thought you were going to say something like that somebody had said, and you said it really matter-of-factly there. Helena said, in fact, on the radio on the way here, I heard it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. I think you said it like it's like a news report. You mean the song? It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. So yeah, that's it. It's begun. Holidays are coming. Now, however, the title of this bundle is Regal Rouge. So we're thinking more about the sort of opulence that this colour tone tends to inject into your designs. But I have to say, I mean, these shell rounds here that are 10mm, I mean, they're the colour of Santa's suit, aren't they?
Yeah. They're perfect Christmas, aren't they?
Yeah, beautiful.
They are. They're
Very
nice colours.
Almost like a holly berries.
Yeah.
That's the kind of saturation of colour you got there. Absolutely gorgeous. And of course, you do get that very uniformed finish, slightly larger, the 10mm rounds on our shell pearl. But we've matched it up with your mulberry coloured cultured pearls. I love that combination. It allows you to pick out those purple hues, if you like. It's more of a red wine tone, or a mulled wine tone, I suppose makes more sense. And love the finish on the surface, because you do get those very subtle imperfections that provide you with credibility. It shows your customers that you have been able to source genuine cultured pearls. And then January's birthstone here. Red garnet, 80 carats in total. These are, well, ranging in size. I think it's more to do with a subtle variation because they're not uniform cuts. They range from 6x5 to 8x5, so quite subtle. Any of the garnets will work in your designs, but we always want to give you as much information as possible. I mean, it's a fantastic graduation in the colours, actually, from the festive reds to the deeper sort of mulberry tones, and then you've got that fantastic saturation from the garnet here as well, very intense colour tone. Normally, if you were to buy all 3 strands individually, $13.85. But I think you can see what we're up to tonight. We are planning on providing you with fantastic value. Add it to your order prices, even for wholesale opportunities. We've just taken this down to $9.95. You've got genuine cultured pearls, a Gems of Distinction strand of garnet alongside these 10mm shell pearl rounds, all for $9.95. Once again, very cohesive collection. You can see how all of these would work within a design, but you still have that opportunity to perhaps add these to your gemstone stash. It's all about offering you with a wholesale opportunity. And you can see the festive feel that you get from this combination when it's set into the yellow gold tones. I think this looks spectacular. That's almost like your, again, your sort of Christmas Day piece, isn't it?
Yeah.
And
those shell pearls are really hard wearing. I made this bracelet 3 years ago, and I wear it nearly every day, and it still looks as beautiful. And the colour.
So there you go, Fleur put this shell pearl bracelet together 3 years ago. This is what we were saying, I was on the show with Linda on, what was it? Friday morning, that was it. And we were very heavily focused on shell, and she was saying, on pearl, sorry, and she was saying shell pearl, the ultimate faux pearl, if you like, because you get similar finish from the nacre, but you get the uniform shape.
Yeah. And I don't have to worry about spraying my perfume on like I do with a normal, with a true pearl. I can just spray my perfume on and it still looks, like I say, that was 3 years ago and it's not scratched or colour's still as perfect as it was when I made it.
Well, it is a natural mineral, of course, your shell pearl, and so you still get that link with Mother Nature, you still get that hard wearing effect. We have created a huge queue on the free phone number. Don't panic if you are waiting, it's less than 2 minutes and you will be answered in the order in which you dial. And actually, we will have another look at that shell pearl bracelet. Look at that fantastic finish that you get from your shell pearl. This is Fleur's bracelet, but she's used the same quality of shell pearl there. It looks beautiful, doesn't it? And the uniformed finish that you get on the shell pearl rounds is probably the reason they are so popular. That's gorgeous. Love that in the amethyst purple as well. It goes nicely with your top, Fleur.
Thank you.
The reds are available right now for £9.95. What's that? £3.32 per strand. I'm going to have to leave that one with you. As I say, if you're waiting in a queue, you will be answered very, very soon. We're going to move on because we've got to go to a quick break. When we return, more incredible deals. We have got Tanzanite, Sari silks, is it? And essential findings. All coming up after the break. Don't move a muscle. We'll be back in 2.
It's the versatility. You can do anything with wire work. You can make very delicate pieces, you can make huge, great big structural pieces. You've got so many different gauges to use, and we've got the twisted wire, you've got all the colours in it. It is absolutely amazing. I mean, if you go on the website, the range of products you've got in the wire is phenomenal. You've got something for everything. So if you're doing very delicate jewellery, and you can make it so delicate with the 0.25 wires for wrapping, or you could do something like me with a big structural piece and you're using the 1.5 and the 1.25 wires for your frames, and then all the ranges in between. It's just, I enjoy it. I love it. It's fantastic. You can keep going forever, you can do whatever. There's nothing that you can imagine that you can't make out of wire. Not that I've found yet, anyway.
Get involved with JewelleryMaker by sending the studio a message during our live hours. You can send a text to 60777 and start your message with JM Studio, or alternatively, go to our website and click on Watch the Live Show, simply type your message into the box and press send. Make sure you stay tuned in case your message is read out. Get interactive with JewelleryMaker. Join JewelleryMaker and specialist guest designer Debbie Bulford for a fun and relaxing day discovering the addictive appeal of chainmail. This workshop is ideal for beginners and will introduce the fundamentals of this art form. You will be guided through a range of beginners' weaves and learn how to create your own Byzantine bracelet and earring set. The full course includes a pack of 200 jump rings, a toggle clasp, a pair of shepherd hook earrings, the chainmail tutorial DVD, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a chance to meet the presenters, and take a visit to our gem museum. All this for just $74.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. JewelleryMaker, bringing out the designer in you.
I've really enjoyed today. I've been on the resin course with Fiona Potter, something I've never tried before, and was wary of having a go because it seemed a bit sort of chemically in science, you know. But today, yeah, definitely, and I'm confident that I can do it at home now.
JewelleryMaker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, JewelleryMaker are never far away.
Good evening and welcome back to the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us. We are going to, and we already have, made it worth your while because we're planning to find and add it to your order price for each and every JewelleryMaker out there, and we'll even inspire you along the way because Fleur's here. You alright, Fleur?
I'm alright, yeah.
Yes.
Just making some cufflinks. Maybe.
Good idea. Are you making them out of this fantastic showcase strand of aquamarine?
I may be. Maybe.
I like it. I mean, this is divine, is the word that producer Helena used to describe it, and I think it is a pretty apt way to describe it. This is coming up in the final hour of the show as a superstar buy. It is a limited edition strand, as I'm sure most people would expect from this kind of quality, the kind of aquamarine you'd expect to see, I would say, set into 9 carat white gold from a sort of master jewellers or a high-end jewellery designer. That is crying out to be set into potentially gold, but sterling silver would look absolutely spectacular, wouldn't it? I do think the icy blues you get are going to suit that metallic tone, but actually I suppose you could go in the other direction and play on the contrast there. And the opulence of yellow gold with the sky blues would look good.
And rose gold.
Yes.
Or coppers, that kind of.
So you can't go wrong then.
Nope.
We've got roughly 50 strands of aquamarine available. I'm just going to give you as much information as I can so that no one's disappointed. Producer Helena has negotiated an exclusive launch price. So the price you see tonight will not be the same price if there's any remaining at 9 AM tomorrow morning. Tonight is the time to get hold of your aquamarine. And how about this for a combination? This is where you're going to start demanding
Tanzanite.
3-figure sums. Yeah, you know, just throw it in there. Oh, Fleur. Is there somebody watching at home? That I can.
don't know.
Should we invent a buying signal for you?
Yeah. No, not a signal, just buy it.
Just buy it, okay. If Fleur's... Was it your mum earlier you were saying you were going to contact?
Yeah, my mum might be watching, yeah, or what time is it? Mark won't be, yeah, he might not have put the kids to bed or up, so yeah, if you're watching.
Fleur's significant other or
I could
mother.
end up with about 10, couldn't I?
Yes. I'll be honest with you, Fleur. I think there's going to be quite a lot of people missing out on this one. I've got 3 remaining in stock of the Tanzanite. I just think that's a fantastic combination, but I will leave the aquamarine because it's coming up in the final hour. Right now, I'm bringing you perfect rounds of Tanzanite. How often do you see that here on JewelleryMaker? I was fortunate enough to have a strand of graduated rounds on Friday morning. They were £60–70. They sold out like that, and I had, I think, over 100 strands. I've got 3 strands of 6mm rounds here in Tanzanite, and unfortunately I've already got 3 people on the phone. Until people confirm their order, they are still up for grabs, and when you see the price point, it is, as ever, not representative of what you're going to receive. If you have a look at the kind of price points you can pay for Tanzanite on the open market, wow, 100 carats of Tanzanite for $69.95. Okay, I was not expecting to see that price point then.
No.
I had sort of graduated faceted rounds or plain rounds on Friday morning for a similar price, and I don't think the carat weight was as high as that. 100 carats. That's spectacular. The thing I love about this particular strand is that you get those violet tones coming through. Sometimes it is very, very blue, tanzanite. And I think there's going to be a lot of people who associate that violet hue with tanzanite. And imagine these in a perfect round on the neckline. They're going to look spectacular. Congratulations if you got hold of those. It is now a sellout deal. Sorry, Flair. Sorry, everybody that missed out. Sorry, where did you say? Okay, cool. Right, now every single price you're about to see will be lower than the last because it's time for a price avalanche. There you go. That can put everybody's mind at rest. Look at this combination of colours. Tutti Frutti Sapphire, from what I'm looking at. That's how I'm interpreting this. Wow. You know I'm going to like this strand. Do you know how girly I am when it comes to my gemstones, Fair?
Do you like the pink?
I love pink gemstones. What's your favourite gemstone?
Labradorite, I love. Yeah,
Is that
Moonstone.
the optical effect?
Yeah. And also, whenever I make anything with it, it always sells, so it makes me happy because I can
There
make
you
money
go.
out of it.
You know what? I talk about this a lot on the show because people say that Labradorite's their favourite gemstone to work with.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it just makes them the most profit.
I think it does. I think it does.
But if you're working with one of the big four, this is when you're going to start to achieve those higher price points, aren't they? This is when people can start to appreciate that you are a genuine designer as opposed to a crafter, I think.
Yeah, and I think you also, when you make the jewellery, people think that because they can get it cheaper here that they can sell it cheaper, but don't sell it at the price that you do see on the high street because it warrants it, and it's had all your love and attention go into making that piece. And I mean, they're stunning.
Fleur, I'm on the exact same wavelength as you. I completely disparage the idea of basing your price point on the cost price of what you pay here.
Yeah.
It is not going to be in keeping with what people would have to pay elsewhere because of our buying power. And we want to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible. That is the remit of the entire company, not just here at JewelleryMaker, our sister channel Gems TV, and we employ the same buying processes for all of our channels. We try to get as close to source as possible. We have very, very long-standing relationships with the mine owners across the world, and the Bennett family who own the company, constantly travelling around the world to, you know, nurture those relationships so that we can make these luxury gemstones a little bit more accessible. Now, even with the big four, the likes of sapphires, and here you've got canary sapphires and beautiful pastel pink sapphires, we are going to offer you a clearance price. For the first people that get on the phone lines, you will be successful in owning top drilled faceted sapphires. I mean, the sparkle that you're getting is rather spectacular actually, but the colour tone's so interesting. Canary sapphires, look at that. Look at the saturation of colour on that canary sapphire. You make your money back on the whole strand using that as a pendant, and that's one of the smaller gemstones. They range from 8x7 up to 18x14. Quite easy to create sort of matching pairs of earrings, for example, or use them individually as pendants. Let's have a look at the current price for 85 carats of multicoloured sapphire. Wow, $34.95. And we're not even staying there. I mean, you've got significant carat weights on each and every gemstone here. They're not very, very delicate cuts. They're quite large. And $21.95 is your clearance price for the first people that get on the phone lines. If you do have it placed in your basket, which some people already took advantage of that deal, you need to be checking out, otherwise you do run the risk of missing out on this particular deal. In 60 minutes this will return to the original price. Right now, take advantage of producer Helena's generosity in taking this to a clearance price of $21.95 for 85 carats of sapphire. Wow. This, again, it does come from our Gems of Distinction range. It's the highest possible quality we can source for you, and to take it down to a clearance price, that is phenomenal value. We'll leave that one with you. Don't forget, if you've got it in your basket, you need to check out And we're going to move on. Are we going to bring, did you say 4? Fantastic. We're going to move on to another very prominent gemstone, traditionally used by, well, some of the biggest designers in the world. You also will find it on the high street, but does tend to demand quite high price points from what I've seen doing my own personal research. Peridot. Very vivacious gemstone, if you like, because of the colour tone. And I love this. I always like to be honest here on the show, and you know, I did used to hold another role in the company with JewelleryMaker, so I like to share my experiences. I've been on my own little journey with JewelleryMaker, if you like, and I always say that I think that we did kind of let you down a little bit in the first 18 months in terms of peridot, because everybody wanted to get hold of it and we did find it quite difficult to source. But this highlights how we've expanded over the last 4.5 years, because as I say, we found it very difficult to get hold of peridot in the beginning. Now look at this. I mean, that once again is jewellery quality peridot. The clarity is exceptional, and the way it's been faceted just goes to enhance Mother Nature's work even further. One of the interesting things about peridot is that, like diamonds, it forms in the mantle of the Earth's crust, so you can imagine the intensity of the temperatures and the pressures that you will find down there. And I think that actually comes through in the crystal formations because of the intensity of the colour tone that you get there. And a lot of the time I hear peridot described as a lime green, and regular viewers will know that I sort of turn my back on that. I say it's more like a lemon and lime. You get a zesty tone, but you get the golden hue in there as well, don't you?
Yeah.
Is this a gemstone that you love?
I always said before, peridot makes you smile.
It does.
It's just one of those. It's just a real cheery, happy gemstone.
Absolutely.
And it's supposed to be really lucky, isn't it?
Absolutely, and actually it would match up beautifully with the gemstone of happiness. Citrine tends to evoke that same imagery. Okay, I'm going to go for it. For once, I'm not sure I agree with your combination, but we'll give everything. Oh, I stand corrected. Okay. Producer Helena said, "I told you I'm always right." Okay. I like it. It does work beautifully. You are 100% correct. So I was thinking that the peridot might overshadow the blues of the aquamarine, but it doesn't.
It's like a freshly cut grass lawn and a nice blue sky.
That's what I always think of peridot, and that is what I think of this. So I was going to say that, so I'm glad you made that comment first. Brilliant. So, okay, we're all on the same wavelength here, then I like that. That is gorgeous, isn't it, as a combination? I wasn't even expecting it to work as well as it does, and actually, because of the facets as well, imagine how sparkly that piece of jewellery would be. Okay, alright. At least I'd hold my hands up when I'm wrong, huh? No. No, it shouldn't. Producer Helena's saying it should be $17.95. No, it shouldn't be. But we can bring it to you normally for $17.95. We're about to take the last in stock down to $14.95. Putting your P&P back in your pocket on this particular deal, or the equivalent of course. And I have to say, peridot, as Fleur was commenting on there, it just makes you feel a bit more uplifted, doesn't it, because of that colour tone. And it is actually August birthstone, so it does have those associations with the summer months, I suppose, but we always comment on the fact that green gemstones are going to work in any design, any combination. And so I think when you've got something that's faceted, that's this high quality, you do want to set it with other faceted gemstones. We saw it there alongside the aquamarine, and it just works perfectly. It's a match made in heaven, isn't it? Gorgeous. Okay, if you want to add that Gems of Distinction strand of peridot to your order, it's available at a clearance price, but only for the next 60 minutes, and they are quickly being allocated to orders, so take advantage as quickly as possible. Moving on. Oh, I'll tell you what, this is a combination I love. I'm gonna whisk you away now to Seville, to a beautiful orchard. You like that? gorgeous, rich tangerine tones that you're getting here. They sort of range in colours up to almost a cherry red. It's not quite that saturation. I would probably say this is more like orange onyx really than red onyx. Again, just trying to give everybody a good understanding of what they're investing in. You can make your own personal decision once it arrives at your door, because we've extended your money back guarantee until the end of January. But onyx, of course, we've touched on this over the weekend. A very traditional gemstone, traditionally used by the likes of Cartier and Gucci and Chopard as an accent stone. I think that most people associate onyx with that jet black tone. And that's the interesting thing for you as a bespoke designer, because you do get to build that sort of one-on-one rapport with your customers. You can start to open their eyes to new and alternative varieties of traditional gemstones. So this red or tangerine onyx, if you like, might actually spark a little bit of interest, because people will recognise onyx as a gemstone, but they might not necessarily know that it's available in these alternative colour tones. These are 10mm faceted rounds, so quite traditional cut, and quite an easy to work with size, I think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, they're like your beginner gemstone, aren't you? 10mm rounds, because they've got nice big drill holes. You can see what you're doing with them. Yeah. And
they're quite sort of tactile, even if you do have, even if things do feel a little bit fiddly. And we often refer to, you know, dexterity problems or what have you. I'll tell you, I haven't got any dexterity problems, and everything's still fiddly for me with jewellery making. So when you first start, it doesn't matter that much, because you do need something that will allow you to just master the techniques, and then you can start to get a little bit more intricate, can't you, once that you're confident with what you're doing. And actually, even sort of seasoned jewellery makers, if you like, will revert back to the larger rounds when they try to master a new technique. So when you're trying to add new disciplines to your repertoire, it might be a good idea to revert back to the larger rounds. You get 150 carats on this particular strand. It does come from our Gems of Distinction range, and I have to say once again, it's proven to be very, very popular, as I see people coming through at JewelleryMaker.com. Don't forget to check out your basket. If you are shopping via the free phone number, start dialing right now. Gems of Distinction red or tangerine onyx for $12.95. Absolutely incredible deal. Of course, that's our job here at Jewellery Maker, to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible, and our job here on the Late Show is to give you the best value of the day and find you and add it to your order price. $12.95 is your price point right now for 150 carats of gorgeous orange onyx. Moving on. Yeah. Okay. Oh, sorry, that's not that one. Is it? Oh yes, sorry. The Smokey Quartz was hidden by the huge carat weight of Labradorite that you're getting here. Sorry, that's amazing then. So you've got 4 strands in this wholesale bundle. But because you've got this double strand of Labradorite, or twice the length of a normal strand, it's almost like getting 5 strands really, isn't it? Are these the kind of colour tones that you set with Labradorite then, Claire? Yeah, definitely. What's the one that's next to the Labradorite? That's beautiful. That's white Moonstone. That is gorgeous. You're saying that that's another of your favourites, aren't you? We've just grouping them together, just mixing them up. Because you get a more subtle optical effect from white Moonstone. It's more like a silver shiller rather than the play of colour. And so together, they won't overpower each other, but they'll both add something to the design. No, they are. They're stunning. All of the strands. You've actually got the same effect, weirdly, on these organic cuts. You wouldn't expect to see the same sort of depth on the optical effect based on these large surface areas, but definitely, look at that. That's actually peach Moonstone, but as I take it up there, look at that silver shiller. It's gorgeous, isn't it? And do you find that the organic cuts tend to maybe lead you through the creative process a little more? They dictate the way they're going to sit? I mean, I'm not a big wire worker, but with those, I think they lend themselves to doing just wire wrapping, because you've got the angles that you can grip the wire onto as well. So for someone like me who's learning wire work, they would be absolutely quite beneficial from that point of view, because they sort of make the task easier, if you like. Yeah, fantastic. And Again, it gives you that link to Mother Nature. People can see that these are genuine gemstones. The fact that they've made the design process easier is just a boon to all jewellery makers. And it's a huge strand as well. Very lengthy strand. How many gemstones you got on there? Love the combinations between your white moonstone and your peach moonstone there, actually. They range in size from 6x5 to 15x7mm in total. So fantastic variation in the sizes that will add a feeling of, you know, that connection with the organic cut of a genuine gemstone, but also that little bit of texture as well. So that's your multicoloured moonstone and the nuggets. I love the fact that we've got a bit of a theme going on here with the earthier colours, because we also have your top drilled polish drops of smoky quartz. So more of those chocolate browns, but again, slight variation. So you've got the golden tones in there as well. 75 carats in total, ranging in size from 6x4 to 12x4. There's nothing that your smoky quartz won't go with. No metallic tone either. We have already had a brief glance at these, but we'll just look at them in a little more depth. This is your white moonstone, and it's offering you that gorgeous silver, icy shimmer on the surface there. They range in size from 6x4 to 11x6, giving you 70 carats of white moonstone. June's birthstone, but again, I think these will work throughout the year because of that icy effect that you get there. And then your sort of double strand of Labradorite nuggets. I think it's over 80 centimetres, wow, 86 centimetres in length. In fact, oh, sorry, I was just going to do that, but I will hold it up in 1 second. There you go, look at that. Fantastic colour tones there, again, quite naturalistic on the face of it, but the Labrador essence shines through. When you've got those multiple faceted angles, look at that. Greens, blues, golden tones. All of the most traditional colour play that you'd associate with Labrador essence, and the sort of textured effect that you get again from the organic cuts, this tumbled nature does bring the Labrador essence out.
Do you know, when I first started watching the Labradorite, you might get 1 or 2 Labradorites with a bit of blue in them, and now every single one, even those small ones, just are full of Labrador essence.
The gemstones with optical effects really do highlight the improvement in the quality over the last 4.5 years, don't they? The Labradorite nowadays is just, I mean, it's just doing the work for you, in all honesty, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't have to do anything with them.
So technically, you could describe this as a 5-strand bundle, because that is a double strander, it's 86 centimetres, but you also have your white moonstone, your smoky quartz, and your organic cut of your multicoloured moonstone, all in one wholesale bundle. This is flying out the door, and again, the current price point for this collection is very impressive. £14.80 would be your price any other time. That's already ridiculous value, and we're not even staying there. We're about to take these 4/5 strands of gemstones under £10. I said some £2.49 per strand for an 86 centimetre strand of Labradorite. You'd be happy to pay that price point elsewhere, surely. This is why we're saying, please don't price your jewellery designs based on the cost price for your gemstones. These are wholesale deals. £2.49 per strand for Moonstone, Smoky Quartz, Labradorite. Absolutely out of this world. Okay, we are now already creating a queue on our free phone number. If you've got it in your basket, you need to be checking out. It looks to me like this could be a sellout deal while it's on air. Don't take my word for it. Speak to a member of the help team. I'm just trying to give you an indication of how busy we are when it comes to offering this kind of value, because they are some of, well, probably 3 of our most popular gemstones. And at £9.95, I mean, that's going above and beyond, really.
Well, I mean, if you've never worked with Smoky Quartz but you've worked with the other 2, how nice to get a bundle, because you like the Labradorite and the Moonstone, like me, and then you get the other 2 as a bonus, so you can then see what they look like when you get them home. Because you might never have bought it because you don't like the Smoky Quartz, but then, you know, as a general stone, you don't like it, but when you get that home, you're going to absolutely adore it, and then you want to buy more Smoky Quartz.
So it's almost like a little taster bundle from that point of view, isn't it? If you already find that Moonstone or Labradorite are big sellers for you and you need to stock up on them, at this price, as I say, it's a wholesale deal, so you can't go wrong. And then you might get some gemstones that you don't use as a sort of feature of your jewellery design, and you get the chance to have a little play and see whether they work within your collections. Absolutely fantastic value there. Probably some of the best value you're ever likely to see on the channel. $9.95 for 4 strands of gemstones there, and you've got this fantastic optical effects in your Moonstone and your Labradorite. We're moving on. We want to fit in as many deals as we can. Okay, how many of these do we have? Okay, we might have enough to go round. Start dialing right now. I'm going to say that the graphics are on screen, so I won't get in too much trouble for telling you to dial before you've seen the strand. When you see it, you're definitely going to want it. Okay, have a look at this. Oh my word. Now this is a coating we've applied to the natural pyrite, but look at that. They look like little gold nuggets, basically. When you see a strand like this, you can understand why we refer to this as fool's gold. I know that it is a coating that's enhanced the finish, because naturally the pyrite would form in more of a sort of antique gold tone, like that. But look at the way in which the Labradorite has really maintained its sort of natural integrity, if you like, because you can still see the way the crystal's formed. I mean, this is a piece of rough. This has been cut from a deposit of pyrite in a mine, and you can see the way it forms there. You've got that same crystal structure in your little nuggets of pyrite here, haven't you? But we've tried to inject a little bit of opulence onto the surface of this pyrite by giving it this 18 karat gold coating, if you like. Just to be clear, it's not the precious metal, I'm just referring to the colour tone. So it's a metallic coating that's been placed on the surface of the gemstone, but it almost lifts it from being an antique gold tone to an 18 karat gold tone. Love the look of this. People are flying through on the phone lines to buy this one. People are multi-buying this left, right and centre, so even if you just have a fleeting interest, I would suggest that you add this to your order. You've got until the end of January to make a final decision, but I'm pretty sure that come December the 1st, you're going to want to make some festive jewellery using this.
With that bundle that you've just done?
This one?
All of them, yeah. I'd put that gold with all of those.
Ooh. And now you're giving it a lift from being sort of the earthier colours to being something really sort of elegant and opulent, aren't you?
Especially the smoky quartz, that'd be...
Helen is saying that you've really jazzed that bundle up with that one. I'll tell you what, Director Bruce is on fire tonight. He said he's seeing autumnal glamour.
Yeah.
Autumn glam.
Yeah. With the smoky quartz and that pyrite together.
They are literally a match made in heaven, aren't they?
That's 1920s, 1940s style jewellery.
Absolutely.
Just made.
Very traditional looks with the sort of smoky browns and the rich 18 karat golds. Oh, wow, look at that for a combination. Gorgeous. Okay, as I say, people flying through to multi-buy this particular strand. And it all becomes clear. Not only do you get the most fantastic quality pyrite, it's interesting because you've got an organic feel from the cuts and the shapes, but you've got that high-end opulence from the colour tone. So again, ticking every box here for jewellery makers, especially at this kind of price point, under £10 for over 100 carats. This comes from our Gems of Distinction range. We've had a few varieties of this coated pyrite that have offered you this kind of finish, but I don't think I've brought this one to you before. They range in size from 6x5 to 11x4. I mean, the centre gemstones are going to make a huge impact on your designs, aren't they? That's the kind of colour tone, I'm just going to say that now, I don't care if I get in trouble, that you would normally associate with sort of like Gucci kind of designs, isn't there?
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's spelt like Gucci, but it's actually Gucci. No, I'm joking. $8.95 for 120 carats. As I say, don't try and work out why the prices are so incredible. It's just because we're the genuine gemstone company. Start dialing that free phone number right now. 120 carats of your golden coated pyrite for under £10. Can't say fairer than that. We are going to leave that one with you. Give you one last look for all the people coming through on the phone lines right now, and we're going to move on. Okay, 9 did you say? Okie dokie, here we go. More tiger's eye. This time in quite feminine colour tones here. Because you get the optical effect, it's difficult to place what tone you've got there, because you've got the hot pinks, the sort of magenta tones, but then from other angles you've got the fuchsias and almost very feminine pink tones. So again, those variations just make them so easy to integrate into designs. Petal shapes here, 12 by 8 millimeters in size. 90 carats in total. Actually, I suppose the original classification is quite a good one, really. It is fuchsia tone, but
yeah, it's like raspberry cruelly.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's a great way to describe it. Yeah, absolutely. It's very, very berry-like tone, actually, isn't it? Gorgeous here. But what I'm trying to get across to you is that with the chatoyancy, with the optical effect, you get the little flashes of neon pink as well. So you could use these in sort of feminine designs if you wanted to create a floral motif and use these as petals. You could also use them in very contemporary designs, playing on that colour tone. I mean, you can imagine a teenage girl, or even sort of festival style jewellery, that kind of look. Yeah. They'd work for those as well as classic designs. So you can't go wrong with this. Once again, that's what we're all about here at JewelleryMaker, offering you creative opportunities. We never want to dictate to you what you should do with your gemstones. What we're really about is offering you creative scope, as I said, different opportunities. And if you do something innovative with your gemstones, then make sure you send your design into the Wall of Fame, of course.
Yeah.
Get entered into the prize draw, and you could win £50 or even £100 added to your account. So it's always a good opportunity. In fact, I had that on Friday morning. Somebody dialed up to buy the strand of tanzanite, only to find out that 2 days earlier they'd won the Wall of Fame, and so
what a good surprise.
They already had £100 in their account. So definitely something to consider if you are a confident jewellery maker. And here we've got 90 carats of your fuchsia tiger's eye, 12 by 8 millimeter puffy pears, as it were, or petal shaped. And here comes your price, please. Another add it to your order deal this evening, just $7.95. So I can see a lot of jewellery makers out there taking advantage of that deal. If you've already got your order up and running, that $2.95 payment will last you up until midnight, no matter how many items you add to your order. And at $7.95, you can't go wrong for a really interesting gemstone here, because you've got those variations in colour, but you've also got that optical effect from the tiger's eye, that beautiful chatoyancy. $7.95 is your price point, and we're going to move on to our next deal. Okay, how many of these do we have? Okay. We don't have enough to go around. I misunderstood earlier. I thought it was the silks, it's the threads. These are going to last about 10 seconds. You've got the ruby red thread, you've got the emerald green and the tanzanite blue. You get 400 metres across the 3 reels. 133.33 metres on each reel. I have to warn you, every single time I've brought these to air on the Late Show, they've been a sell-out deal.
Everybody wants them.
Is it just because of the fact that they lend themselves to braiding techniques, but they also have that glittery feel?
Yeah, yeah, you can do so many different techniques. You can crochet with them. I've seen people knit with it as well, and then knit the gemstones into it. But yeah, you've got your braiding techniques and your micro macrame, and it gives it that opulence because it's got the sheen to it.
Yeah, I mean that glittery finish is not something you see on cords that often, and this is, well, crying out to be used within your festive designs, isn't it? Absolutely. Can you imagine just creating those micro macrame bracelets using these colour tones? at a Christmas craft fair, they're going to last seconds on your stall, I would
Or
have thought.
even hanging your Christmas lights.
Absolutely, if you make your own decorations,
yeah,
these are the threads that you want to actually finish off the design, aren't they? Okay, we had just over 100 reels. I can tell you, I think we've sold 300 or 400 of these on the Late Show previously. That's how popular they are. And already half the stock's been allocated before we brought the price on screen. We are going to give you an add it to your order price, as we always aim to do. And for 400 metres of sari thread, if you've got these in your basket, please check out, because I've got a huge queue on the phone lines. $6.95 for 400 metres. There are some sort of independent craft stores or websites where you can pay about £1 a metre for these kind of threads. $6.95 for 400 metres. The value is just exceptional, isn't it? I would love to see a sort of festive micro macrame design made from these.
Yeah.
But as you rightly said, there's so many people who have a variety of different crafts sort of, that they work on. And
as well, that a lot of the lace that have been selling, if you stitch that on top of the lace, because some of the lace colours are absolutely stunning. There's that big lace piece up on the side there. I mean, if you use some of that to stitch your gemstones on, say the blues and the reds, and that'd make a real.
I love that.
Even just to macrame around your cabochon to give it that lift from that lace.
Yeah, because of course you can actually set your gemstones into your designs using the macrame techniques.
Yeah.
Oh, love that idea. That's fantastic. Oh, losing my earpiece. $6.95 is the price point. If you do come through on the free phone number right now, you might be entering a short queue. We are very, very busy this evening. Don't panic. Make sure you speak to a member of our help team who will endeavour to add this to your order. I'm almost wary of saying you will be guaranteed one of these, because I don't know how many people are going to order. There's a lot of people multi-buying. In fact, Alison's got 3, Susan's got 2, Angela's got 2, Judith's got 2. Few anonymous buyers coming through the RT, don't want anybody else to know they're back on the phone lines. But when you're giving people this kind of value, you can get away. You can say, I've already paid the P&P. You won't get this value elsewhere.
And you won't use it all in one design. You'll be using that for a long time.
It's going to last you a while, isn't it? Absolutely. If you've got 400 metres, you know that it's going to be pretty economical, shall we say. We have gone global on this deal, so we've got some of these heading over to the continent, some heading over to the States. Good evening to you, Bertha in Colorado, regular viewer. And I have to say, you can understand why, really. Even if you did search the entire globe, you'd be hard pushed to get better value than that. 400 metres of a threading material that does add to your design. So it's not just a mechanic of the piece, it's not something that should be hidden away. The glittery finish, that sparkle that you get, is going to actually help to enhance your designs, and they're coming in classic gemstone colour tones as well.
And they fit through all your gemstones as well.
Clues in the title for producer Helena. She's saying you could match up sapphires, emeralds, even rubies with these. No, I have to agree though. But even if you think about other bundles we've had, like the festive bundle, the reds, with the sari threads, that'd work perfectly, wouldn't they? Because that would almost tie it all together.
Yeah.
Loving this. $6.95, and as ever, these kind of add it to your order deals are proving to be very, very popular with all of the jewellery designers out there. $6.95 is your price point, and how many do you think we've got of these roughly left in stock? It will be an estimation because there's still buyers coming through for this deal. Okay, so we had just over 100. We're probably allocated around about 100 of these now. Probably got between 30 and 40 remaining in stock. So started with 132 to be precise, and probably estimating that 100 have been allocated. So the next 32 people to dial through will be successful. That's our guesstimation, but there's probably about 20 people with this place in their basket, so if everybody checked out, we'd be closer to single figures of availability. So my advice, get them home. I can't see anybody sending these back because the value is just out of this world. $6.95 for 400 metres. I'm going to leave that one with you at $6.95 and we're going to move on. Got a few more deals to bring you, and we're going to continue with these essential deals actually. Now where did I put me tweezers? Seem to have misplaced. Oh, I dropped them, didn't I? Yeah. Where are they? Hold on a minute, I can feel them. I'm back with my tweezers, and here we've got your shepherd hooks. They're silver plated, so again, adding value to your designs, but it's really to do with the value that we're going to offer you, because we've got 50 pairs here and we're going to take them down to an add it to your order price. Classic finish, of course, for your shepherd hooks, but you know, even though these are very, very economical, you can see there, detailing, no stone left unturned, so you do get that little attention to detail even on your findings here at JewelleryMaker. Silver plated shepherd hooks, they're 23 by 10 millimeters in size, so quite a significant size. They will hold a decent gem weight, probably the easiest piece of jewellery to put together, certainly very, very popular at craft fairs, for example. And of course, it's a great way to expand your jewellery collection, because earrings are probably the least time-consuming item to make. Is that right, Claire? Yeah.
Yeah, because you only, I mean, the easiest ones are just 2 beads on a head, 1 bead on each head pin, and
onto your shepherd hooks.
Yeah, that's it.
Even I can do that, so you can't go wrong. But of course, if you've been investing in cultured pearls over this week, that's actually one of the most popular looks, isn't it? Just a simple pair of pearl earrings.
You'd be looking at about £5–10 per pair, wouldn't you? For
amazing,
those?
Yeah. Considering the value we've been offering you all week on cultured pearls, you're really onto a winner then, aren't you? Thinking about the silver pearls that we had yesterday evening, just 2 of those because they were a bit larger on a pair of shepherd hooks. As you say, £5–10 as a stocking filler or a secret Santa gift.
Yeah. So I think it's in the Hub magazine, or somebody put on Facebook, but they got a little Christmas tree on their craft stall, and instead of putting Christmas decorations on, they hung all the earrings on it.
Put the earrings on it. Not a bad idea. Good way to display it. Like that. There you go. Top tips from our experts here at JewelleryMaker. And if you do want to get hold of this deal, which I'm imagining most jewellery makers do, start dialing the free phone number now. I hate to sound like a broken record, but we are very, very busy. Some of you may have experienced the queues this evening. If you've got items placed in your basket, you need to be checking out silver plated shepherd hooks here. Another add it to your order price for 50 pairs, $6.95. Absolutely ridiculous. Of course, you know, as we have been involved in the industry for such a long time, it's not just the mine owners that we've built up these relationships with, also our precious metal suppliers, and so we can negotiate these kind of competitive prices even on silver plated findings. $6.95 for 50 pairs of shepherd hooks, an absolute essential for all jewellery makers, and available right now at a wholesale price. Going to continue with the findings opportunities. This time we're going to go to the other end of the spectrum. There we were offering you the plated base metal in a wholesale number. These are for your sort of showcase pieces, your personal commissions. This is yellow gold plated 925 sterling silver. And these are probably mostly associated with evening wear, if you like, sophisticated designs. Not only because it's gold plated sterling silver, but of course the finding itself lends itself to more of those sort of chandelier-esque jewellery. I mean, if you want to create a chandelier style earring design, you want gemstones that are going to benefit from that little bit of movement in your ear. How about this for a combination? Sparkly aquamarine, which is our superstar buy this evening, limited edition, coming up very, very soon. I mean, that aquamarine is phenomenal. But when you combine it with the Rainbow Moonstone, which is another premiere launch this evening, you start to see all of those beautiful icy blue tones coming through from the edge of fluorescence on the Moonstone as well. You see that? Just on the outer edge of the gemstones. Probably not the best way to hold it actually, for that reason, but this is the great thing about a gemstone that does offer you an optical effect. If you have that little bit of movement, you can see the blues coming through now. A little bit of movement is going to allow them to really shine through with that optical effect, capture people's imagination, and that will lead to greater sales, I would have thought. Love the blues, of course, set into the yellow gold tone as well. It looks so opulent. And here is your finding. Lots of different creative opportunities with the finding itself as well, because you've got multiple loops within the metalwork, so you can have the one suspended in the centre.
You don't even have to use them for earrings, you can use them as multi-stranders for a necklace or a bracelet.
This is the great thing about the findings, because they are traditionally seen as a mechanic. If you've got a designer's mind, sometimes the more innovative uses actually create spectacular looks, don't they? And so you can have multiple weaves, multiple strands on your weave in your necklace design. You can use those as a connector to bring it all together. Fantastic. This is the beauty. Once you start to become more confident with your own style of jewellery design, then you can be a little bit more experimental. You can play with these kind of items and see how they will benefit your own designs. With this particular finding, you can be confident that you're instantly adding value to your design because it's gold-plated sterling silver. So high-end on top of high-end, that's how I always describe it. And I have to say, once again, proving to be very, very popular, especially at this kind of price point for precious metals. $6.95 for 2 pairs of gold-plated sterling silver chandelier earring findings. I mean, you could really go to town with these and create sort of shoulder duster designs, couldn't you, for your Christmas balls or whatever it is that you're going to, your gala events. And if you are selling your designs, of course, this is something that will help you to justify the price points that you want to achieve. Sometimes people might be a bit standoffish about the larger price points in your traditional craft fair venues, but when you start to explain, well, this is gold-plated sterling silver, you know, that's just something that will trigger an understanding with your customers. They'll understand that for precious metals you have to pay premium prices.
They would expect, I think people expect to pay anyway, and like I said before, if you've got higher prices, I think you get more interest.
Yes.
Not that you should be extortionately charging for your pieces, but just to give them a worth.
You're doing your designs a disservice if you're undervaluing them, because if you don't build value into the design, you can't expect your customers to relate to the value that's there, can you?
And to treasure it.
I hear this story so many times from designers who said, oh, I tried to go in at £5 or £10, nobody believed me that it was a precious metal and it was a genuine gemstone. So, you know, you've got to price your jewellery accordingly. So that's why I would always suggest you do your own research, see what you can pay for gold-plated sterling silver on the open market, and that will give you a more informed price point for your own jewellery design. We're going to keep it moving because we've got so much to fit in tonight. Okay, here we go. Love the combination. Again, colour combination that's very much inspired by Mother Nature, and I'm thinking that over this festive period there might be a few people that want to invest in Monty style jewellery. They're the little penguin shapes, gemstones.
Oh, I didn't notice they were there. That's the advert, isn't it?
That's the one.
Yeah. They'd be great as key rings.
I had to start explaining to all the ladies in my family the concept behind it. They were like, I don't get it. So I was like, oh, don't you think like this, the actual fundamental concept of love is encapsulated there? And they were like, not really. This is what I'm up against, guys. This is known as the March of the Penguins. I love the colour combination, and we know that it works. The blacks and the oranges works. Mother Nature came up with it first, didn't she, if you think about tigers, for example. Do you know what I mean? That is a classic combination. And it might just work because the vibrancy that you get from your tangerine tones there and your orange agate rounds, those are 4mm faceted rounds. And then when you've got the backdrop of the jet blacks there, it just seems to work, doesn't it? Especially when you've got the faceted finish on the formula rounds and the polished finish on your 6mm black agate rounds. Fantastic combination, of course, because it's all tied together with the same colour combination on your little penguins there. They're also agate gemstones. As we stated earlier, slightly denser gemstone makes it a little bit easier for the carving process. That's why we can create these uniformed penguin shapes. In your black and orange beads, they're 25 by 18mm in size. I mean, you can imagine these at the Christmas fete or what have you. Kids are going to go mad for little penguin shaped key rings this Christmas.
And bookmarks. If you make your own bookmarks out of 1.25 wire and then just hang one of those little fellas off the end.
You're laughing.
Yeah.
They'll fly out the door, aren't they?
Yeah.
Somebody sent in a joke about penguins. It's Phil in Staffordshire, regular contributor. He says, what's black and white and red all over? A newspaper? No. A sunburnt penguin. And we're selling them. He's right. These are sunburnt penguins, aren't they? Actually, don't... Oh, no, that's on their beaks. No, do they have a little... Some penguins? Rockhopper penguins have a little yellow bit on them. Emperor penguins have a little orange bit on them, don't they? There you go. Yeah, I like that, Phil. Good work. If you want to get involved with the show tonight, the number you need is 60777. Just text through, but start your text with the phrase JM Studio. Alternative, you can message in online. We are going to show you the price you should pay for this bundle. $13.85. Already phenomenal value, less than £5 a strand, but we're about to take it down to a late show wholesale price. Should be $13.85 right now, under £10, $9.95. I mean, you'd sell one bookmark for £5 to £10, presumably.
Yeah.
Make your money back off one gemstone here. Just thinking, depending on how what people's interests are, they kind of look like fish when you set them horizontally.
Yeah, could be a fish as well. You could put them in a mobile, couldn't you? Because then the light would go through the red in the middle. Some
people are really passionate about owning tropical fish, you know. This is a big thing for some people, isn't it? There you go. Brucey Bonus's brother has got an absolutely massive fish tank, and so he likes tropical fish. $9.95 for all 3 strands. The March of the Penguins bundle here, and also not only do you get that sort of well, it wouldn't be a traditional shape normally, but this Christmas it is going to be a popular shape, isn't it? And then the 2 strands complementing it perfectly. $9.95 is your wholesale price point, of course, only available for the next 60 minutes. So if you do want to add that to your order, you need to dial that free phone number right now. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, we are going to continue with our findings opportunities, including 925 sterling silver. So do not move a muscle, and as ever, we'll be back in 2.
Join guest designer Mark as he shares his passion for beautiful jewellery making with genuine gemstone chips and nuggets. You will learn various techniques including colour grading, how to triple plait, create stunning memory wire bracelets and earrings, as well as how to incorporate macrame into your designs. The full course includes a selection of gemstones, memory wire, threading materials and findings, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and gemstone museum, and a chance to visit our shop. And all for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. We here at JewelleryMaker love to hear your feedback. So working in conjunction with FIFO, a global ratings and reviews provider, when you purchase a product from JM, you will receive an email asking you to rate our service and our products. This helps us to bring you excellent customer service and ensure we're bringing you value for money and high quality goods. Have your say with JewelleryMaker FIFO reviews.
JewelleryMaker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, JewelleryMaker are never far away.
Join guest designer Debbie Kershaw for the Introduction to Stamping DVD. Debbie will guide you through many techniques including basic stamping, spacing, multiple wording, stamping onto metal blanks and polymer clay. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Come and join guest designer Debbie Bulford as she takes you on a creative journey building face canes from polymer clay. Debbie will guide you through the different stages of how to build each part of the face. Then you will focus on adding detail and character to your piece. Get creative and make personalised designs with this exciting workshop. The full course includes a block of ecru and translucent polymer clay, an array of polymer clay colours to add detail, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a visit to our Gemstone Museum and shop. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designer Liz Welsh as she guides you through how to make beads using friendly plastic. Liz will teach you how to make an array of different shapes and patterns, including round beads, wrapped and tubular beads. This DVD is packed full of inspiration and helpful hints and tips. So, to get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
I like working with Kamihimo because it's a very mobile craft. I can take it with me to various different places and work on it on the go. It's got endless patterns that you can create with lots of varied materials which JewelleryMaker sell in abundance. So things like our satin cords and waxed cords, but we can use ribbons and wire as well. And I like the product because that it's sort of something that all ages can do. So from the very young, my children enjoy making Kamihimo braids, right through to people who might have some sorts of dexterity problems because it's very easy, there's nothing heavy to move, and you get into a real zone of sort of peaceful tranquility while doing it, and it just takes you to another place and you just get lost in the moment of making Kamihimo.
Join resident designer Sheila for our Bridal Headwear for Beginners DVD. Sheila will guide you through an array of beautiful bridal designs, including a pearl tiara, the star hair cone, a twisted spiral tiara, and much more. This DVD is packed full of inspiration and helpful hints and tips. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our Gemstone Museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker. We've had a little bit of a festive feel so far, I think. And producer Helen says it's going to continue. We've got lots of these beautiful festive colours. I think now we are starting to get into that time where everyone's going to have a one-track mind. I should say the reason I'm looking over here is that the lovely Fleur is with us. Sorry, I just forgot that people might have just tuned in. You're having fun over there, Fleur?
I am. I'm having lots of fun.
Wow,
I'm doing a little bit of chainmail and bits of
your designs
wire
look
wrapping.
rather spectacular.
Thank you.
You're using the 2 Premier strands on that collection, aren't you?
On this one, yeah. And I've managed to get your cufflinks done. Not that they're yours, they're just for you to look at.
Good work, good work. Let's cover our backs. Never mind. Okay, let's have a look at the 2 Premier strands. These are going to be coming up a little bit later in the show, probably in the final hour of the show, so only minutes to wait before these are launched, if they're coming up in the 8 PM hour. Look at that. Oh, that aquamarine is... It looks better every time I look at it. You don't say that very often about gemstones. Normally you get a little bit desensitised when you're looking at them all the time, but this is just looking more and more amazing every time I see it. Actually, that's going to be launched in about 1 hour. So I'll just let everybody know, at about 8 PM that's coming up. It's a limited edition strand. I've got, is it 55 strands available. It's a Premier strand, and we have negotiated a launch price for you. So it's going to be a little bit lower than you'll see it if there's any of these remaining at 9 PM. At 9, well, there won't be any left. I was going to say at 9 AM tomorrow morning, but in all honesty, I think this will be sold out by about 8:10. Make sure you have your phone in your hand. Okay, I'm going to leave that one with you because we do want to continue, and actually more sort of icy, festive colour tones here in what I have described today as our most popular gemstone at the moment. This was off-site. I just encountered somebody I hadn't seen for a few months, and they were like, "Oh, what's the big seller on JewelleryMaker at the moment?" I said, "Cultured pearls." Seems to be all about cultured pearls right now. I suppose it's because there's so many jewellery designers who are now selling their designs as we lead into Christmas. You need something that most people associate with, so they're already aware of, and these are the kind of items, cultured pearls, that tend to demand higher price points from your boutique designers, for example. The prices that we bring you on cultured pearls, I truly believe, are the most competitive available on the market. In fact, I'm fairly convinced they're unrivaled. Unless I'm looking in the wrong place. I've been doing research, I cannot find these kind of prices for the quality of the cultured pearls we can bring you, and the sizes. 10mm cultured pearls here. Once again, very, very subtle elongation. We've classified them as 10x9, but, you know, to the naked eye, they basically look like round pearls, don't they? Luxury sizes, the reason we say that is that traditionally within the industry, anything over 8.5, 9mm is generally considered a luxury pearl, because it would have taken nearly a decade for us to actually cultivate a pearl of this size. Now these have been described as light grey. I hope that everyone's going to be in agreement here. They're silver.
Yeah.
There's no, because not to say that grey doesn't have its place in jewellery design, because we can see some really dramatic designs, can't we, with those sort of storm cloud greys, or sometimes you get the dolphin greys in your Moonstone, for example, that are very effective, but these are silver. There's no point in denying it. They're gorgeous, aren't they? They have that beautiful metallic sheen to them. All thanks to that natural pearlescence, and you get a real beautiful play of colour there. Fuchsia tones, lime greens as well, coming through on the surface of the gemstone. But something that Fleur sort of mentioned earlier on in the show is quite interesting for me with these. Traditionally, given that I'm a very amateur jewellery maker, I would think these have got to be set with sterling silver. But actually, if you set them with yellow gold, the pearls would really pop, and the metal would really pop, like you were saying.
Yeah, because you've got your ultimate mixed metals, but without having two lots of metals, having your pearls as well.
You get it from the gemstone, good point, or even rose gold.
I'm just working with rose gold now, and that would look lovely with them. Yeah, really make them look very classic.
Yes. Almost, I always think rose gold looks quite vintage, although I know that lots of people associate it with contemporary look. So I suppose this is the beauty of creating your own jewellery design. The world's your oyster. That's the point. They're supposed to be rubbish dad jokes. These people, they don't get me. They're too cool. They're all young, that's the problem. Here we go, silver cultured pearls. Luxury sizes, 10 by 9 millimeters. What do you mean, should be? Okay. Should be $19.95, although you wouldn't find that price point elsewhere. She's Helena's put in £5 back in your pocket. She's not messing around tonight. She did say she was going to find something for everyone. And these are very in keeping with the festive looks, aren't they? This is a sort of classy, festive look, really.
If you put those aquamarines as in between each pearl and made a pearl and aquamarine.
Oh my word.
Especially those silver pearls.
Helen,
I'd buy that jewellery.
Helen said, do you want to make it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I've got enough aquamarine left
Have
to
you?
do it, yeah.
I can't really say no because I'm getting a pair of cufflinks. Okay, $14.95 for that. Lots of you are coming on the phone lines. Don't panic. We're also going to provide you with some inspiration because we're going to hand these over to Fleur now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Fantastic. Actually, do you know what? Again, you're wearing lots of sort of purple tones there, sort of grapes and plum tones. Silvers with the silvers with the purples look great, don't they, as well?
Yeah, it'd be lovely.
Can you see that combination with Fleur's purple shell pearl and the silver pearl together? That's gorgeous, isn't it? Oh, we can film it. Yeah. We can grab it from there, don't worry, Fleur. I like that. I really like that. Winning. Okay, $14.95, that's your clearance price, only available for the next 60 minutes or while stocks last. That's far more likely in my personal experience. Now, have a look at this. We've already touched upon the fact that Labradorite is a very, very popular gemstone with our jewellery designers. I think we know why. Because it sells. When people enter into the kind of traditional craft fair venues where people sell their jewellery designs and they're sort of looking around, they might not have an idea of what they've actually gone to buy, and they see a genuine gemstone that literally captures that enigmatic quality that is associated with luxury jewellery design in the form of these optical effects. They just can't resist them, can they, Fleur?
They can't, and they can't believe that it's come out of the ground like that. And it's a great selling tool as well to say it's a natural stone.
Ah, of course.
And then people stay longer and look at everything. And even if you don't sell your stuff, if you give it as a gift, it's just a nice, you know, to give the story as well of it comes out of the ground like that and nothing's happened to it.
Absolutely. I think this is what almost flusters people. They can't believe it if they're not sort of au fait with genuine gemstones. And this is something I think that quite a lot of us here at JewelleryMaker are a little bit guilty of, actually. It's because most of the presenters that work on the channel have been part of the company for a long, long time. And so, you know, we're used to seeing fantastic Labradorite every single day for the last 10 years for some of us. And so it doesn't have that same effect every time we see it. But can you imagine showing this to your customer for the first time? Like Fleur's just been saying there, they won't be able to believe that this has happened organically, that Mother Nature intended this to be the case. In fact, when this was first discovered, it was believed that these were actually the northern lights that were captured inside the rock formation. Now, obviously we know that that's not the case now, but you can kind of empathise with people believing that when they didn't have the same scientific knowledge. Sam's got a suggestion for us. She's playing charades. She's trying to get it across to me.
So you're saying about, you know, we don't see it as like amazing every time we see it.
I just think like people get desensitised.
I had a pendant that was wire wrapped by Laura, and my friend, I wore it for like about 6 months, and my friend noticed a piece inside that was glowing orange.
Right.
And I never saw that.
Okay, so you're saying that you work with Labradorite quite a lot, but you had a piece made by Laura Binding, a wire wrap pendant, and then you started to wear it when you saw it in the daylight. you were seeing colours you'd never seen in Labradorite before. I say your friends are starting to notice it. This is the beauty of something like Labradorite, it gets you noticed. And Alicia has texted in as well to share her views on this. It says, ooh, nice. I've just been given a commission of aquamarine and Labradorite rounds, also a stunning combination. Have to concur with Alicia. Look at that for a combination. I'm just thinking simple pairs of earrings. One little faceted rondelle of aquamarine with a droplet of Labradorite. You know, you've got to make the most of these strands, make them as profitable as possible. Imagine that as a combination. Out of this world. Now, one thing that does suggest this gemstone's popularity, apart from the fact that everybody in the room is saying how well it sells and gets you noticed, is the fact that you at home have voted this as your favourite gemstone for the last 2 years. We have an annual award ceremony on Jewellery Maker. One of the categories is your favourite gemstone to work with. Labradorite won the first year, maintained its title last year. I'm interested to see whether it can be the favourite for a 3rd year running. It'll be in the top 3. I would definitely go along with that because it doesn't lose its popularity. Mark Smith tells me that aquamarine has taken over from Labradorite for him because of the quality. So actually, as a combination, you're definitely onto a winner if you're using aquamarine and Labradorite, aren't you? Love the elongation here as well, slightly larger than you traditionally see on our top drill drops. They range from 8x4 to 14x4. No, really? Really? So normally this would be $11.95, but we're about to take this to the lowest ever price. For the last in stock, it's a clearance deal. $9.95, under £10 for over 100 carats of Labradorite. That is amazing. I mean, just have a look at the way these have been polished. See, the lapidus is actually helping that labradorescence to come to the surface of the gemstone. Can we see that? Oh, look at this.
Isn't it beautiful? It's not faceted as well. That you can see the whole surface area and you can see all that light coming through.
Sometimes the facets almost dominate the labradorescence, don't they? They dominate where the labradorescence, but here you can just see how it naturally comes to the surface. Yeah, absolutely. Slightly different look as well. And to be honest, you could literally just create multiple pairs of earrings here. People would love to wear that because they know it will get them noticed. That little flash of electric blue, green and violet is going to get you noticed. Actually, if you make your own, these are the kind of designs that will gain you personal commissions. Because if somebody sees a pair of Labradorite earrings like that and they've never experienced the labradorescence before, maybe not the first time you wear them, but by the second time they're going to say, okay, I've got to ask. Where did you get those earrings? When you start to explain, oh, I made them myself, there you go. Your first commission in the bag, that is, isn't it?
I had a pair of earrings on not long ago and I went up to our local shop and the lady wanted to buy them out of my ears. I had to go home and make some.
Really?
They were Labradorite, and take them up to the local shop.
There you go. That's the kind of effect that you get from Labradorite, and I think that's why people vote for it as their favourite gemstone, because it sells. That's the bottom line. And the Labradorite that we have here at Jewellery Maker is exceptional. I've actually seen Labradorite in some boutiques that don't have the same quality of labradorescence that we're bringing to you for under £10. So don't ask me how we do it, because I'll just spend ages explaining it to you, that's why. Okay, we're going to move on. Congratulations if you've got hold of that, but probably about half the stock is still kept in people's baskets, so you do need to check out, because I've still got phone buys coming through. In fact, Sandra just took 2 strands, so you could actually run the risk of missing out there if you're not checking out your baskets at the lowest ever price of $9.95 for Labradorite. Moving on, and we've got some fantastic filigree style pendants or findings, depending on how you want to use them. And I think these were used earlier in the week.
Fiona did some resin with them.
Fiona set. Oh, there you go then. I have the design right here. Fiona Potter set resin into this open filigree part of the findings. Love that. So this just goes to show that you don't need to be sort of led by the finding it's all about expressing your own personality in your jewellery design, isn't it? Because you could, that's a pretty contemporary look, isn't it, using the resin, but you could easily use these in sort of classic traditional designs as well. I mean, just you know, a long length of chain down to the navel, that's quite a contemporary look that you'd find maybe from the accessory stores, but you wouldn't necessarily have the same detailing. Maybe suspend a gemstone in the centre there, have them as earrings, showcase style earrings, which is another quite contemporary look. I almost feel like these have a kind of a Aztec-like feel to the patterning as well, which is another popular patterning that you'll find. You don't get one of these, by the way. You get 5 as part of this particular deal. They are 45mm in size. You get 5. They are all identical, and so actually for creating matching sets, maybe one as the pendant and 2 pairs.
You could use them as a brooch. You could wire wrap a brooch back onto the back.
Fantastic
and use
idea.
It as a brooch.
And actually, if you are okay with resin, you could create a sort of camo effect with the brooch. I really want to see someone do that now, don't you? That would look amazing.
Or like a scarf in the shops, a scarf tie,
Yes.
So you can put your scarf through it and attach it to the back.
In fact, you know, you get the scarf ties that are more sort of cylindrical shape. You could almost wire wrap 2 of them together. You could use the larger hole to put your scarf through. That would be another great sort of Secret Santa or stocking filler kind of design.
Because they're really substantial, aren't they? They're not flimsy. You know, they're not easily bendy. They will hold their form. I really like those.
Yeah, they really do have that sort of structural integrity, don't they? They're quite solid, actually. They are in fact brass as the base metal, but you've got this gorgeous sort of texture from the brushed finish on the metalwork. Beautiful gold tone there. So again, adding sort of a feeling of elegance and opulence to your designs. 5 of these in total, and as you can see, it doesn't matter what sort of direction you want to go in, these are always going to work. And wow, just heard the price point, less than £2 per pendant there. Amazing. £9.95. You get all 5 as part of this particular deal. £9.95 for all 5 of them. I imagine there's going to be, I mean, if you think about the whole spectrum of pieces of jewellery that are going to be created using those, I would imagine you could see such a vast difference between what one person is going to interpret those and how somebody else is going to use them. That's the beauty of jewellery design, isn't it?
Yeah, if you get them to 10 different people, you get 10 completely different looks for
Absolutely.
them. You won't get all the same. Like if you gave 10 people a strand of pearls, 5 of them might just restrand it.
Pearl necklaces.
But, but with those, I think everybody will do something different with them.
There you go. Totally agree. All 5 for £9.95. They are proving to be very, very popular. Oh, sorry. We didn't look at these, and we must, for everybody that just got hold of those. That is some of the most fantastic resin work I think I've ever seen. Purples and pinks there, right up my street. Okay, we'll leave those ones with you as a little bit of inspiration. And we're now going to give you an essential finding pack. So you've got your eye pins, your head pins, your shepherd hooks, your crimp beads, your bolt ring clasps and your jump rings, all in gold-plated sterling silver. So I'm thinking if you're planning a special piece of jewellery for a loved one to give as a gift, these are the findings that you want to use. You want that attention to detail from start to finish. And if you're creating a personal piece of jewellery for someone, the whole point is that it's a thoughtful gift and that you've put your heart and soul into it, then you want to use the best of the best in terms of findings. These are all gold-plated sterling silver. You can see everything you're going to get there. Pretty much an essential findings pack. It has everything you need to create a matching set of jewellery, and then some. 41 pieces in total. This is something that I've been picking up on over the last couple of weeks. Just this little bit of detailing on the shepherd hooks, where on the little curvature there, can you see it's been just got a little flat edge, and that allows the light to literally reflect off the surface. It shows the quality of the metalwork. That's also identifiable because that's where the 925 stamp is as well, so That's something that will provide you with credibility as a designer, isn't it? Those 925 stamps. There's a lot of people at the craft fairs who might be starting to use sterling silver findings now because they've seen the more premium price points other designers are achieving. Blow them out of the water. Stroll in with your gold-plated sterling silver and then you can achieve even higher price points. I think it's a great way, as I say, if you are planning jewellery designs as Christmas gifts, because it is quite a comprehensive findings pack. You know, it's not a wholesale deal in thousands of pieces. You've got 41 focus pieces for classic design. That's how I would describe it. There's everything you're going to get. Already we have people coming through on the free phone number. That's the way to do it. Get involved early tonight because we are going to give you an exclusive price reduction. She's in a good mood. She is definitely feeling festive. It's like the January sales have started early. Yes, Helena. $7.95. I like it. I don't know what to say about that. Gold-plated sterling silver for $7.95. 41 individual pieces, don't forget. All of your essential items for $7.95. Normally, at $14.95, that's already what I would consider to be the best value on the market. At $7.95, that is a clearance price. And as I say, it's almost as though the January sales have started early. Only you can do them from the comfort of your own home, paying 1p&p. You don't have to go through that Boxing Day stampede, as it were. And you don't have to pay for your car parking. You don't have to feed the kids at the Golden Arches, anything like that. You can literally sit in front of your telly and take advantage of these clearance prices. Gold-plated sterling silver for $7.95. We're going to move on. And pipe up, Sam, what is it?
Sorry, I was just saying you don't have to get hit by wrapping paper either. Matt sounds like get hit by in town. You know, when people hold it in
oh, yes, when people turn around and whack you in the head with the... Well, to be fair, you guys are kind of at the height for my arm, so I'm probably the one who's guilty of doing that. Yes, there you go. Okay, moving on, because we're going to stick with essential findings. This time, your long eye pins. So these are 50mm in length, so they give you that little bit of extra scope because you can work with some of your larger gemstones and never throw anything away. If you do have to cut a little bit of wastage off the end, you can always use that because it is gold-plated sterling silver. Again, we've touched upon this over the last couple of shows, but if you've missed out, you might not be aware of the fact that we are having a little bit of trouble within the industry regarding sourcing gold. We haven't found any new gold deposits for over 2 years now, and it is estimated that if we would take all of the available gold in the world, we'd only fill an Olympic swimming pool.
That.
Warren Buffett, who is thought to be one of the richest men in the world, he says that that's an overestimation. He says you probably only fill a third of an Olympic swimming pool.
Unreal, isn't it?
And all of the most traditional gold deposits are heavily depleted. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. We might find a new gold deposit tomorrow. They're now starting to talk about the idea of potentially having to look in sort of protected regions, really, like the South Pole and the North Pole, but I don't think they're going to let us go mining there, if I'm honest with you. And even if they did, you can imagine how difficult a task it would be to go mining for gold at the North Pole. We've still got to find it there first, but it wouldn't be an easy task, put it that way. And as I say, I just think that in time, that will lead to an increase in the price on gold. I know that the price of gold per gram fluctuates constantly, but I just mean the base price for gold, I believe, will go up unless we find a new deposit pretty soon. And so I'm guessing that in time that might mean that it's not really viable for us to offer you gold-plated sterling silver at JewelleryMaker. Now this is all conjecture based on the current situation. So as I said, anything can happen in the future, don't quote me on it. But at the prices that we can offer you for gold-plated sterling silver, I'll probably stock up now while you can. You get 20 of them as part of this deal. They are 50 millimeters in length. I mean, depending on the size of gemstones you could use, you could potentially get 2 eye pins out of each and every one of these if you snipped it, turned the other bit into a little loop. Just depends what you're trying to create. Let's have a look at the price point this evening. It's another add it to your order price for gold-plated sterling silver, just $6.95. And again, you know, Fleur's already explained that these are the kind of items that do demand a premium price point. It's interesting, sometimes it's the part you can't see of the design that actually helps to justify the price point, isn't it?
It is. It's like buying a really expensive car with a really good engine that you can't see.
Very true. Good point.
Although you normally get
heated leather seats as well, they give it away.
But the mechanics behind it, it really makes a difference.
And of course, when people are buying bespoke jewellery, they want something luxurious. You know, if it was true that everybody just wanted to pay the lowest possible price they could, we'd all drive the same car, wouldn't we? We'd all drive the cheapest car on the market, but they don't. As you just said, people do spend 200 grand on Ferraris, don't they? And that's because people want to feel special when they're investing in these luxury items. You know, there's no such thing as, well, there's not many essential pieces of jewellery. They're all about making you feel special. And so gold-plated sterling silver, definitely the way to go. Okay, we're moving on now to another wholesale bundle. We want to make everything as affordable as possible and give you a chance to add to your 1p&p per day. This is fantastic. The reason I think this would be so popular with jewellery designers is you're basically getting huge carat weights of very useful cuts in an amethyst colour. Amethyst, of course, is, I think, generally considered to be our favourite gemstone. If not Labradorite, but I certainly think amethyst, another one of those gemstones that attracts attention, brings credibility to you as a designer. Have you found that?
People know it, people know it, so they can go down the high street and buy amethyst, whereas they might not be able to go down the high street and buy Labradorite as readily available, but everybody knows amethyst. So.
And this is actually Magnesite, just to be clear, but I'm just thinking about the kind of accents that you could use alongside your amethyst. And of course, the reason that Magnesite's so popular is because it will take on our dyeing processes so well. That's why you get these very vivid colour tones, these sort of chocolate wrapper purples, if you like. That's how I'd describe it. And again, we've got the same gemstone, same colour tone, but in a variety of different shapes here. So you've got your 12x8mm puffy pears, you've got your 12x8mm ovals, and then you've got your little delicate 4mm cuboid shapes there. These are perfect for contemporary design, even if you're planning to get your kids involved in a bit of jewellery making over the Christmas break. These would be a good way to get them started potentially. Can't go too wrong with Magnesite, can you?
I think those bright colours as well, you can make some real funky jewellery. If you put that with orange, that would be...
Cheryl Cole would be...
just like her dress,
for that one, wouldn't she?
Yeah, so it's fashion jewellery, but with gemstones.
There you go, that's exactly the kind of thing that you're trying to create. And also, if you can get hold of 3 strands at a sort of wholesale price point, then you can afford to be a little bit more experimental. You can try some of those more sort of contemporary looks and see what works. Triple trouble deal here for purple Magnesite. 270 carats of Magnesite as part of this bundle. Normally it would be $11.85, less than £4 per strand. And we're not even staying there. We're going to take it under £3 a strand this evening, down to $8.95 for all 3 strands of purple Magnesite. And you've got a lot of gemstones on there. Again, lots of different varieties of jewellery motifs that you can create. You've got your petal shapes, for example. You've the ovals, of course. Very, very popular for certain designs. The cubes on your bead loom again. Those would be fantastic, wouldn't they? In fact, I always like the combination of greens and purple. So if you got the 8-strand bundle with the adventuring cubes, match them up with the purple Magnesite cubes, that would look fantastic on a bead loom design, I think. If you do want to get hold of this, as ever, it is very, very busy here at JewelleryMaker. Less than £3 per strand for your purple Magnesite. $8.95. Congratulations if you have taken advantage of that deal. I'll tell you what, if I was getting hold of purple gemstones, I always would match them up with greens. I just think it's a fantastic combination, purples and greens. Go along with that, Fleur?
That is, yeah,
Like that?
definitely.
My parachute was green and purple when I jumped out of a plane a few months ago.
Was
I was really excited that it was peridot and amethyst coloured parachute. I think everyone's like, Ed, you've just jumped from 13,000 feet and you're worried about the colour of the parachute. What can I say? Gorgeous greens here. So again, trying to sort of play on that concept that these are Mother Nature's base tones, but we have created a little graduation in the colour tones. So you've got the sort of pastel or apple greens here in your amethyst. Those are irregular drops. They range in size from 4x3 to 8x3, giving you 75 carats, but you've got a lot of gemstones on there. Fantastic. Again, very, very well known gemstone amethyst, but I think traditionally people think of the purple tone, so it might be that you're actually introducing your customer base to the alternative variety, sometimes known as prasiolite, but it's green amethyst. And then you've got, again, the same concept we were discussing, green onyx this time, and these are more of the sort of emerald greens that you've got here. Fantastic shapes, and I think they're going to add something to your designs, because despite the fact that you've got a great dynamic from the variation in the shapes, it's a sort of softer edge to each gemstone, so they're not going to sort of dominate your design, if you like.
They're a real nice accenting colour as well, aren't they? So like the bright pinks and like you say, those kind of colours. I mean that.
Oh yeah, I like that.
It tones the pink down a little bit, if you know what I mean. It makes it
absolutely
a little bit more floral. Rather
actually,
than
it's like looking at a little rosebud or something, isn't it, as it's about to bloom. Because that pastel tone that you've got there, almost like an emerald green, if you like. Love that. And then, to bring a little more depth to the colour combination, you've got your Magnesite. Very similar to the Magnesite we saw earlier, although these are so delicate. They're 2mm polished rounds. You can imagine how difficult it is to actually cut a gemstone this small. It would be very skilled lapidarists to polish these gemstones into 2mm exact rounds. Fantastic combination there, because that's like your sort of forest green, isn't it? Your British racing green, if you like, traditionally. So fantastic graduation in the colours there. Both of these strands coming from our Gems of Distinction range, but then you've got the delicate nature of the 2mm rounds as well. And again, you could consider putting your aquamarine alongside these greens. I like that. I'm won over by the combination of blue and green now, Helena. I like it. Those aquamarines are less than half an hour away. It's probably because of those icy tones and the clarity and the sparkle that you get from the aquamarine that makes it go so well. I'll tell you what, I think the Moonstone would go well with the green amethyst droplets, because you get these little glimpses of colour depending on when the angles of the light hit the gemstones. From one angle it'd almost look like these were white gemstones, but then when the light hits it, you'll get to see that apple green tone and you'll get the azulorescence. I'd love those together. That's really quite an intriguing piece of jewellery, really, isn't it? Because
I always like to put something that's like highly faceted and sparkly with something that's like polished, because I think they then play off each other so nicely.
Totally
you can
agree.
see each quality in each stone, because sometimes it can be too sparkly and you lose the stones if they've got different stones.
This way they're not trying to compete within the design. They're both trying to sort of achieve a different look, if you like. I would totally concur with that. Okay, if you want to get involved with this particular deal, as ever, it is proving to be popular. There's already people on the free phone number. You can start dialing right now, because if you were to buy this any other time, already pretty affordable, £12.85. We're going to take this down to Bargain Town. Should be £12.85. We're taking it under £10. In fact, less than £3 per strand. So it'll be £8.95 this evening. Can you just there you go, £8.95. So it's a little gremlin in our system. Sometimes it doesn't ring the price on screen, but producer Helen has fixed it for us. £8.95, less than £3 per strand for green amethyst, green onyx, and green Magnesite. Fantastic combination. Of course, as we always say, it will go with any other gemstone. So pretty useful strands to have in your stash, I would say.
Yeah.
You've always got an accent gemstone that way, haven't you? Love this combination. And again, the greens work with any metallic tone as well, because greens always look very opulent when you're working with gold, but they also look very sort of luxurious when you set them in silver.
Yeah, I mean greens, like you say, rose gold, copper, antique bronze, anything, because like with the nature, it will go with everything. And it goes with most coloured gemstones. I don't think I've come across ones that it hasn't actually gone with yet. So they will, like you say, perfect for your stash, and got 3 beautiful, like different varieties of
because the cuts are so different, the colour tones are so different, but they all tie in together.
And those little tiny, were the ones that we had earlier, were they green as well? The larger ones, weren't they? So
yes, it's almost identical, but only shrunk
really
down,
tiny
if you
ones,
like. Yeah, we had the was it 10 mil or 8 mil ones in the opening hour, and now we've got the 2 mil variety. So you could literally just use these as spaces in between those, and then got a very coherent design. But if you can imagine framing a cabochon in a soutache design, or micro macrame looks, they're very, very popular. Okay, under £3 per strand there, only for the next 60 minutes, and we are going to move on. We want to make everybody take advantage of the deals we have tonight and find something for all the jewellery designers who are watching. I think this one's going to be popular with jewellery designers and gemstone collectors. Golden Rutile Quartz. Faceted top drilled drops, sort of teardrops or pear drops. Love Golden Rutile Quartz. It's always popular with people who are passionate about gemstones. Again, you can see Mother Nature's hand at work, if you like you describing earlier, actually, isn't it? Where you see the inclusions.
I just bought a ring from Gems.
Oh really?
Golden Rutile Quartz, yeah.
Really, really popular over on our sister channel Gems TV, because of course they've been going for over a decade. A lot of the audience are very knowledgeable, probably bordering on presenting to gemologists over on Gems TV. And you know, even the owner of the company, who's a real life gem hunter, favours this gemstone. He's got 2 or 3 samples of this in his personal collection in the museum, which is housed within the studios. And as I say, I think it's just because of the intrigue that you get, every single gemstone completely individual, because of the inclusions. And these rutilations, I mean, they look like angel hair or spun sugar inside the gemstone, don't they?
And they really are true gold
as
well.
Like
I didn't realise till I got
gold,
home, when I got my piece home, I was like, wow, I didn't realise how golden the rutiles are.
I think it does shock people, doesn't it, when they see it, experience it for the first time. Yeah, it's phenomenal. Again, it's something that shows the wearer, the buyer, or the designer that this is a bespoke piece, that this has something, I suppose, a little bit special about it. It's going to hold that inherent value, something that can be passed down. You know, nobody's got an identical design because of those beautiful inclusions, because Mother Nature has put her fingerprint to each and every gemstone. 90 carats in total. They are top drilled, so again, very easy to incorporate into your designs. We don't see golden rutile quartz probably as often as we'd like here on JewelleryMaker, and it does fall into our Gems of Distinction range. Now you've got a graduation in size here from 9x6 up to 15x10 millimeters in size, and any other time this strand would cost you $14.95. But we're not going to stay there. We're going to honour a previous price reduction on this. We're going to get this Gems of Distinction strand of golden rutile quartz under £10 tonight. For the last in stock, you do need to be coming through on that free phone number right now to take advantage of this deal. Or if you are one of the lucky people who came through early and added this to your basket, you'll all pay the same final low price, but you do need to check out to take advantage of that deal. $9.95 for 90 carats of golden rutile quartz. I'll leave that one with you as we move on. Another deal on what has been voted as our favourite gemstone here at JewelleryMaker. Fantastic Labradorite. These are quite interesting because they're faceted on the outer edge, but they're almost like little spacers, really. Little Labradorite spacers.
Like little columns, aren't they?
Yeah. They're described as wheels, but they're a little bit longer than you'd normally associate with that kind of shape. So yeah, I agree with that. They range in size from 3x4 to 5x4. Again, another great way to inject that optical phenomenon, that little bit of colour play into your designs, but because they're a little bit more delicate in size, they don't necessarily have to dominate the design itself. They can just be used as little points of interest. When you see that little glimmer of colour play, it will just attract attention. They don't have to be the focal point of the design. So again, world's your oyster here, and a 30cm strand. So you can see you got a lot going on there. Fantastic labradorescence. I'll show you the colour tones actually, because again, you've got whole rainbows of colours here. Blues, greens, purples, even sort of the golden tones once again coming through. Hopefully I'll try and capture some of those for you. See that? There you go, more of those golden tones as well. So sometimes as well, people might like to sort of colour match to the labradorescence as opposed to the base colour. So that can be a really effective design process, can't it? Huge number of gemstones on this particular strand, a 30cm strand, giving you 60 carats in total. We know Labradorite's a big profit maker because, well, really, people just can't resist but invest in your Labradorite designs, and at this price point you cannot go wrong. Every single designer out there needs to be dialing the free phone number right now. It's $6.95 for a 30cm strand of Labradorite.
They'd be perfect. You know, on the strand with the drops, when you have the little spaces in between.
Oh yes.
Instead of the spacer, put one of those.
Put one of those in between.
Pure
oh, I've still got that one. Yeah, it was this hour.
So yeah, so if you just separate them out with the spacers.
I like that.
And then you've got a real mystical, magical necklace, because every bit of it will have the labradorescence.
And because you've got the polished finish on the elongated drops, and then you've got those faceted edges, you are going to get your labradorescence from different angles. Fantastic idea there. So if you've got hold of these drops, it's a no-brainer, isn't it? Add it to your order. You're only going to pay 1 P&P per day. $6.95 for your faceted wheels or spacers, depending on how you see them. All I will say is we are getting very, very close to the launch of our limited edition strand of aquamarine. How fantastic would these look together? Those sky blue tones coming through from your labradorescence, exceptional. Okay, this is coming up in about 10 or 15 minutes, not to be missed. And are you going to be one of the first lucky 55 people to add aquamarine, probably the finest quality I've ever seen here at JewelleryMaker, to your order? We'll be back in 2 minutes, and we will be getting very, very close to the aquamarine launch. Don't go away.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir, where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur.
The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our gems of distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected.
A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes.
Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidurist to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process.
The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled. And what Sanjay's doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now, each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible.
If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on JewelleryMaker.
If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
I like the Viking knit because for me it gives that finished look to your pieces. You can use just the knit on its own and create a statement piece, add one stone and your look just completely changes. It's such an easy technique to do. And again, you can just do so much with it. You can flatten it, you can make rings with it, you can drop stitches, add stitches. It's just got so much scope. And again, having a Lazy Daisy tool to create the knit makes it so much easier. You can do it, you know, you can carry the tool wherever you go. And it's just a really, really lovely technique to learn.
I've got my aquamarine. Are you going to get yours? That's the question, isn't it? Look at this fantastic suite of jewellery created by Fleur. It is indeed Helena. Helena's actually jumping around the gallery now that she's seen the aquamarine and pearls together. I mean, that is spectacular, Fleur.
If I make jewellery and if I saw that on the craft store or in a shop, I'd buy it.
Buy it?
Yeah, I'd buy it straight away.
I mean, the quality of the aquamarine is exceptional. Look at my lovely cufflinks. I've got cufflinks, so na. Like it. Love that. Love the icy blues with the silver tones. They actually look a little more saturated because of the studio lights. I can see this sort of piercing sky blue tone. I'll show you right now, in fact. Let's have a look at the strand. I'll tell you what. Let's give everybody a chance to own this right now. It's a limited edition strand, probably the finest quality aquamarine I've ever seen here at JewelleryMaker. Hate to sound like a broken record because I keep making that claim, but it's because we are constantly improving the quality of the gemstones. All of the guest designers that I work with sort of say this, that they've noticed the improvement in the quality of the gemstones. Aquamarine, for me, is one of the ones that actually highlights this improvement.
It used to be opaque. When we
Yes.
used to get it before, it was opaque.
Absolutely.
This is like, and now we're getting the clarity.
In fact, it was so far away from being top quality aquamarine like you've got here that it was generally called sort of multicoloured beryl, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like a Larimar colour, wasn't it? It's like
Yeah.
that. But it's still
Absolutely.
beautiful. It was still absolutely
Well, you get one that was sort of sky blue,
Yeah.
one that was lagoon green, one
Yeah.
that was basically transparent.
Yeah.
And so sometimes those variations can be fantastically helpful for design.
Yeah.
But I think when you're thinking about top-end luxury jewellery, you want the real deal.
Yeah.
And for me, I wouldn't even expect to see this set into sterling silver, if I'm honest with you. If it was being used by a master jeweller, I'm thinking white gold, really.
Well, I've done those pair of chainmail earrings with the rose gold because I think the rose gold brings out the blue as well.
Beautiful.
I found that, and they are rose gold on sterling silver. I found them in the box, so I thought I'd
Love this
use
design.
them.
They are gorgeous, and you've got the sort of juxtaposition between the icy blues and the warmth of the rose gold, haven't
Yeah.
you? Chainmail looks brilliant. It always does. That's the brilliance of chainmail. But then you can see here, if you are more inclined to create using the wirework techniques, oh, Fleur, your designs are spectacular.
Can I say as well, I've got about
Yes.
8 or 9 left. That's just one strand I've used. So I've done the whole pearl necklace, 3 other, and then the whole
So you've got another
pendant.
pair of earrings then as
Yeah,
well,
so I've
at
got,
least.
yeah, I've got another pair of earrings, just the little
Or-
ones on the end. Could do a little ring.
Or you could do multiple pairs of your cufflinks,
Yeah.
couldn't you? If you got hold of the more
Yeah.
rondelles, then you
Yeah.
can make a few pairs of cufflinks. They're going to be big sellers, I think, at
Yeah.
craft fairs this Christmas. Cufflinks, items like that, solitaire rings, for example. Oh, actually, how about taking the memory wire, the ring memory wire, and just taking 3 or 4 rondelles,
Yeah.
just caging them inside the 2 memory wires, or Deb Rudge, her sort of ring design where you take the ribbon cord ends to create the shoulders of your design. You only need 5 or 6 rondelles in there. This is an aquamarine, which I believe is top quality. This is the kind of quality I'd normally associate with a master jeweller, and I know that, for example, Mark Smith told me he's voted for aquamarine. This has gone in as his #1 gemstone, overtaking Labradorite this year because the quality is now so high. This is, of course, March's birthstone. If that's a consideration, there could be people out there planning a special piece of birthstone jewellery. This is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? But I do think the icy blues are always popular, aren't they? So aquamarine. And it's a very traditional gemstone. We talked about this last night, actually, didn't we? How before somebody came along 50 years ago and told everybody they had to buy engagement rings that featured a diamond, aquamarine was the traditional choice for engagement rings.
My engagement ring's aquamarine and diamond.
Say again, sorry?
My engagement ring's aquamarine and diamond.
Funnily enough, Helena has her mum's on, and it features aquamarine as well. So there you go. Traditionally, aquamarine was the gemstone of choice for any proposal. And I have to say, the more I look at this, the more I fall in love with this strand. It is out of this world. It's literally like when the sun hits open water, isn't it? And you see that glisten on the surface. That is the kind of effect that you're getting. Now, I've already got people coming through, allocating this to their order. I have to warn you, this is a limited edition strand. Of course, aquamarine is used by some of the biggest designers in the world. And for us to source aquamarine of this quality, and I have to say this would easily stand up to the traditional sort of 4C criteria. You got a fantastic carat weight, 25 carats in total, but decent carat weight on every single gemstone. Beautiful, consistent sky blue colour. I mean, the clarity just speaks for itself, doesn't it? Because you can't even see an inclusion there. It's out of this world. Okay, now, we had a little bit of a negotiation with the management this afternoon. I'll say we, the royal we. Helena was doing all the talking. This has got an intended price point, which is already ridiculous. We were going to bring this particular strand to you at less than £2 a carat. $44.95 for 25 carats of top quality aquamarine, faceted to perfection. But for the next 60 minutes, and probably more likely while stocks last, we're going to take this down to an exclusive launch price of $39.95. Absolutely out of this world. Already the phone lines are starting to light up. You do need to be coming through quite quickly. Double figures of availability. Don't forget, a limited edition strand, and available at this exclusive launch price only for the next 60 minutes, $39.95. I mean, if you know a March baby and you want to create a special piece of birthstone jewellery, get on the phone lines right now. You probably find it hard push to find, you know, a tiny little carat weight of aquamarine in a piece of jewellery on the high street for that price. What would you do with this? I mean, obviously you've already inspired us, but what about if you got this home yourself?
If I got that home myself, I'd put it with a little bit more chainmail, say, or I would get, I mean, I think I've used about half a strand on that pearl necklace, so yeah, I would probably get another strand of pearls and do exactly the same, and a bracelet and a pair of earrings. I mean, for that price, I sell those earrings for that price with that chain. You know, I know that they're sterling silver with rose gold over the top, but that's six gemstones that you've used. I think
and you get your money back.
I mean, that strand, we've never seen anything like it here. I mean, I've got aquamarines that I had for my 21st, and they were a lot of money, and they're exactly the same colour as that.
There you go. So these are set into jewellery designs.
Yeah, into 9 carat white gold mine, but like I say, they cost a whole lot more than that strand.
I'll bet.
But I would use them very sparingly, and like, see, I'd never have these again.
No. I can't imagine why. This sounds really naughty now, I'm going to get in trouble saying. I can't imagine why these have ended up on JewelleryMaker, I'm honest, because you think there's got to be some big sort of players in the industry that are looking for aquamarine of this quality that offers you this consistency, this sky blue tone, and they would probably set it into, say, 18 carat white gold and want a 4-figure sum.
If you had any black spinel at home, they would be amazing with black. So they would create your sort of like evening, your ball sort of jewellery, but very delicate jewellery as well. But yeah, it's a shame to use them as accents on the pearls, but because it seems criminal to put them as an accent to a pearl. But I mean, if you did that sort of design with a different gemstone, black agate, onyx.
Oh, nice, yeah.
Something between the blues.
Something with more depth to bring out the sky blues. Yeah, absolutely agree with that. That's fantastic. But do you know what it is for me? It's the sparkle.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people associate luxury jewellery with a little bit of sparkle, particularly when you've got a gemstone that's offering you this kind of clarity. And I mean, it's one of the most sparkly strands. I know that's a rubbish word, but it is one of the most sparkly strands.
The middle ones are really big.
Very, very large.
Really,
they're 5
really
by 1 millimetre in the centre there.
If you like Alison did that ring with that big gemstone earlier today, you could do that kind of design, but go around the gemstone itself. So you could frame the gemstone with those in sort of a high-end ring.
Wow, that would be incredible, wouldn't it? Half the stock has now been allocated on this particular strand. It is proving to be very popular, especially at $39.95, because don't forget, in 60 minutes this will go back up to the intended price point of $44.95, which is already amazing value, but might as well take advantage of this deal, especially since we've extended your money back guarantee until the end of January. So if you are sort of umming and ahhing, trust me, when you see it in the flesh, there's no decision to make. If I'm honest with you, you're going to want to keep it. But if you've got it in your basket, check out and avoid disappointment. Emily, regular contributor from down the road in the West Midlands, says you gotta love this sparkle tactic. Tactic? Sparkle.
Tastic.
Tastic. Sparkle-tastic. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Emily. Yeah, I do have to pretty much fall in love with that instantly. They are so sparkly. Fantastic quality there. But also the consistency of colour is something that highlights the quality as well. Amazing.
And it's such a delicate colour, isn't it? Delicate.
Very delicate,
It will go with a lot of other colours, whatever you want to put with.
So you could almost put it with sort of pastel pinks as well, couldn't you?
Yeah.
For a new mum.
Yeah.
Baby blues, baby pinks.
Beautiful,
That'd be a nice design, wouldn't it? $39.95. I'm going to have to leave that one with you for now. We will move the details to the bottom of the screen because we still have limited availability remaining. And don't forget, we have another premiere launch coming up. Rainbow Moonstone. Again, it's just spectacular, isn't it? The quality is unbelievable. Those are coming up towards the end of the hour, I believe. So stay tuned. It could come up at any time. So it could come up at past. So there you go. Make sure you stay tuned until 9 PM if you want to add that fantastic Rainbow Moonstone to your order. And right now, we're going to bring you, tell you what, with your aquamarine. Now, how many of these do we have? I think they're a little bit limited, aren't they? Yes. Okay. So double figures of availability, but I think a lot of people are going to be multi-buying these classic white cultured pearls here. Again, slight variations in the size. They're 7 by 6 millimeters. You do get the flat base and you get the domed effect there. They're just gorgeous. They're classic ivory white pearls. Can't go wrong. Matched with the aquamarine. Do you like that, Flo?
That's that to me is a bridal piece.
Yes.
If you knew a bride, I would make that for them.
Yeah.
And that would be a beauty because you got your blue and.
Oh, you got your something blue.
And, yeah.
You got your pearls.
And aquamarine is the marriage, like.
Yep, absolutely. It's got those associations. Great idea. Even a tiara.
Oh yeah.
Because they're both quite delicate, aren't they?
Yeah, that would be amazing.
Okay, nobody can have these. Me and Fleur are going to be playing with these, the remaining strands. People already coming through, and actually we've got probably half the people have multi-bought this strand, so it is going to be flying out the door very, very quickly. You've got to get involved by dialing that free phone number. If you're placing in your basket, you know what to do. Check out, otherwise you're going to miss out. Okay, I've just heard the price point. It is not.
You're joking? Why am I here and not at home? Oh God.
Uh-oh. Another designer. I'll start ducking. Michelle was upset last night with the sort of nature of our deal, shall we say. We do go a little bit above and beyond here on The Late Show. And we're not under any illusions. I know there's people out there who are watching the karaoke competition. Press red on your button to record the deal. No point in denying its existence, but I do think you could always watch that in an hour. Right now, you're going to be missing out on these classic ivory white pearls for $6.95. We've actually got more people who have multi-bought this strand than people have taken individual strands. That goes to show just how popular pearls are and how economical they are if you're shopping from us here at Jewellery Maker. I'm astounded by that price point. I mean, you could pay three-figure sum for these quality of pearls set into a design elsewhere.
People like the organic shapes of pearls now. They don't.
Yes.
Not a lot of people in the high street jewellers. We've got a jeweller near us, and he's got a lot of the irregular shaped pearls rather than the round pearls. People think.
It's more credible, isn't it?
Yeah.
The perfectly round pearls.
Yeah.
People just don't believe they're real.
No.
And more often than not, they're not real because to get a perfectly round pearl is not an easy task. You know, you're relying on the mollusk to create these.
If you've got 2 strands of those and that aquamarine, that's under £50.
Yep.
I know you've got your finings, but if you've got the yellow gold finings, which was £8,
yes, we took them £60,
you could create 2 suites of jewellery because you've got 2 clasps in there for 2 necklaces and 2 pairs of earrings. And you won't be paying £60 for one. You'd be paying a lot more than that for a place made up.
Exactly. That's what the value that we offer you allows you to create, doesn't it? You can really take it on to the next level.
Yeah.
Create whole suites of jewellery that are going to make someone feel special if they're investing in it. And you can still offer far more competitive pricing than people are going to find elsewhere on the high street, especially with the carat weights and the quality of the pearls. Because the irregular shape, it really pales into insignificance when you see the finish on the pearls, because they are top quality.
Because take the aquamarine just because they're there, because they're such a perfect shape, it makes the pearls look more beautiful, I think. So it doesn't, because you'd individually frame a pearl with the aquamarine, so it wouldn't look like they were all together and look different shapes and sizes. They'd all look individual.
Yeah, they look uniform thanks to that.
Because your uniformities comes from your aquamarine. Or whichever gemstone you put next to it, which is a perfect round or a rondelle.
And we often talk about pearls being the ultimate accent as well, don't we? Because it goes with everything. And it's not just the finish, but of course here you've got the neutrality of using a white pearl as well, which is probably the most traditional colour tone. I've got single figures of availability remaining on this particular strand, and a lot of people with it placed in their basket as well, so you need to be checking out, especially as most people coming through on the phone line are multi-buying. Sharon from Cheshire is texting to say, brilliant price, bought 4 to reserve for my wedding. We'll have 4 girls to make hair cones for and earrings. There you go. Perfect, just as you suggested, they are the ultimate bridal strand, aren't they? There you go, can't go wrong. Say again, sorry? Okay, looks like that's going to be a sell-out deal, so we're going to move on. Now these are quite interesting, and again, playing on some of those festive colour tones. You've got your purples and your golds here, and we are in a bit of a festive mood. We have been since 5 PM really, haven't we? These are gorgeous because again you've got that metallic shimmer that you'd associate with pyrite. You've got the elongation in the shape. They're 10 by 8 millimeters, which is again synonymous with luxury jewellery design. 250 carats here, and all coming to you in that opulent amethyst purple tone, with those little flickers of gold in there as well, so you can't go wrong with these. Start dialing that free phone number right now, because we have got a lot of interest. I think this is people trying to maximise on their 1P&P since they grabbed the pearls of the aquamarine. This is a fantastic addition to your order, and add it to your order price. 250 carats of purple coated pyrite available right now for the add it to your order price of $6.95. That's what we do. We are, of course, part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, and we want to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible by offering you the best value on the market. Now we're just flexing our value muscles. $6.95 for this beautiful purple coated pyrite. And virtually every single expert I speak to loves the coated pyrite. Yeah. You're one of those, aren't you?
Yeah. I'd put them in macrame bracelets. I'd do macrame bracelets with those. I think they'd be perfect for that because of the shape as well. Because they'd sit nice on your wrist.
Really sort of a comfortable setting when you're designing, but also when you're wearing it. Yeah. Can't go wrong. Helen just saying Gemma Crow loves coated pyrite. I know. I learnt that the hard way. I questioned the idea of coated pyrites because coming from a traditional gemstone background, I was thinking, why would anybody want pyrite that wasn't gold? It's fool's gold. And I was quickly put in my place by the lovely Gemma Crow. It's like, are you joking? Coated pyrite's the best thing since sliced bread. But sliced bread just doesn't hold up when you try and put the crimp beads either side. That's the problem with it. Okay, $6.95. I'll stop being silly. Beautiful purple coated pyrite there for an add it to your order price of $6.95. Amazing price point. Very festive look. Let's move on. And I'll tell you what, I will keep that on the back of my hand because these are another match made in heaven. Again, the accent is going to be your cultured pearl, this time luxury sized. Love the variations in colour, from the plum tone to the more intense sort of amethyst purple that we saw on that pyrite. Look at this for a combination. Does that work for you, Fran?
They're lovely.
Go with your outfit, actually.
It would, wouldn't it? I have to make myself some jewellery. What time is it? Yeah, if I get to the car park, if they don't sell out, I'll be able to get them.
Good luck. We'll see how you get on. Okay, so we've just brought you this one at $6.95. Actually, this is quite similar to the shell pearl that you have on your bracelet, only these are cultured pearls. Not too much difference in the actual shape and size here. They look pretty uniform. There are subtle variations in the size. They're 10 by 9 millimeters in total. Again, you could set these happily with amethyst, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Be a match made in heaven.
Or that aquamarine. I know I keep saying about the aquamarine.
No, actually, but, I kind of thought the same at the same time as you then. Look at that. Okay. We do still have a very, very limited availability in the aquamarine, so if you did want to add this to your order, don't forget that $39.95 price point is available for the next 45 minutes or so. Dial through to the help team on the free phone number, or of course you can click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. And if you did invest in the aquamarine and you're looking to maybe make the most of your 1 P&P per day, these pearls, I mean, you could just literally recreate Fleur's design, but using these sort of plum or lavender pearls here. Great design, fantastic look. You don't have to set these luxury pearls with aquamarine. You might choose to literally restrand these and just take 2 off the end, make the matching earrings, just to create a pearl necklace. And,
or put some copper little spacer beads rather than the aquamarine, just to spread them out, because if you spread them out you get more to put into a like watch style bracelet and your earrings. Absolutely.
I mean, this is the whole point of the design process, if you like. You want to get the most out of your gemstones, but when you're doing things like that, not only are you making your gemstones go further, but of course you're adding layers of design into the piece, so that in turn adds value. It shows that, because anybody could restrand the pearls, of course, but you do need to have a bit more of a creative mind to develop that look, if you like. 10 by 9 millimeters in size, so we refer to that as a luxury pearl, and a gorgeous colour tone here. Not a colour tone we're going to see every day in your pearls, actually, that plum tone. If you do want to get involved, as ever, these are proving to be very, very popular, especially when we can bring them to you at this kind of price point, $17.95. I mean, if you did restrand that and add a clasp, you'd be expecting to potentially sort of quadruple your money, if you like. Definitely. And you haven't really had to do a great deal of work. $17.95, another strand that is proving to be very, very popular. Moving on. And again, these colour tones are very in keeping with the festive period, but they'd work again. I mean, how about these as your spacers? Does that work for?
Oh yeah.
Sort of metallic blue tone that you've got here on your coated pyrite rondelles. So those would be great spacers.
Yeah, that makes it look really contemporary. Really contemporary.
And you're getting more depth to the colour on the pearls as well, aren't you? That's gorgeous. Love that as a combination. These are all very complementary. And at the prices we're bringing you, you can literally just add all of them to your order. You're only going to pay 1 P&P per day. 180 carats in total. Again, you've got that gorgeous metallic shimmer, but we have sort of given these a new lease of life in terms of the electric blue coating that's been applied. 6 by 4 millimeters in size. How about this? Whew. I think that's quite a Christmassy look, because you've got the depth of colour on the pyrite and then you've got the icy tones coming from the aquamarine. Fantastic combination.
I would buy those and the pearls, and then after Christmas I'd remake it with the pearls, because it's not gonna, they don't, you can unstrand it and restrand it with something else. So I'd have the two and then have a summer look and a winter look.
And a winter look. I love that idea. And can I just say, we do have another strand of pearls coming up shortly, and look at this for a combination. Nice. Like that, the little turquoise pearls. Those are, I think we're going to bring those to you next. Okay, that aquamarine is becoming very, very sought after now. It's single figures of availability. So even if you have thought about it, don't forget, extended money back guarantee until the 31st of January. That $39.95 price point is going to run out at 9 PM. So if you are interested, you need to act very, very quickly. Right now, we're bringing you 180 carats of gorgeous blue coated pyrite. And once again, another add it to your order price, $6.95 for 180 carats of your coated pyrite this evening. Lots and lots of people getting involved. This is the way to do it. If you've got your order up and running, you can add as many items to that order, only ever going to pay 1 P&P. $6.95 for 180 carats of beautiful blue pyrite. Again, they'd sit rather well in a sort of macrame bracelet, wouldn't they? And unisex designs, these would work for ladies or gents, I think. $6.95 is your price point. You've got me all excited, Helena, with all these price points. I'm going to have a little sip of water. Can't believe it. $6.95, and add it to your order deal. Pretty much everything has been so far. Gorgeous pie right there. We'll leave that one with you. We're going to move on. And we are now going to give you a chance to own those turquoise pearls. Again, irregularities in the shape, which is going to provide you with that sort of credibility. People will understand that these are genuine cultured pearls created by Mother Nature, rather than the faux pearls that have such a short lifespan, don't they? You know, it's only a matter of time before the little
all scratches
stuff starts peeling off. Yeah, exactly. So these are described as light teal, which is, you know, neither here nor there really, in between turquoises. I would describe it as a turquoise tone personally. 9 by 8 millimeters in size. Again, you got that kind of like a cabochon effect, because you do get the flat surfaces on the pearls as well, but here it's just adding a little bit of extra texture to the design. And as Fleur said, that a lot of the high street jewellers are starting to favour these pearls, because it does prove to your customers that they are the real deal. And of course here, once again, it would have taken 9 or 10 years to culture these pearls. It's not an easy task, and that's why the price points that we provide you with are so ridiculous. But that's what we're all about, and we're happy to do it for as long as we can. Again, huge number of people flying through to multi-buy this. Oh, wow. That must have evaded me when I was looking at the schedule. I didn't realise that these larger pearls were $6.95 as well. Amazing. And I think this might be the ultimate combination to recreate Fleur's pearl necklace, actually. Aquamarine's still available at the bottom of the screen, but it is becoming a little bit dangerous now. If you're hanging on, you could well miss out on that aquamarine deal unless you act very, very quickly. As I said, I think we're approaching single figures of availability, so you are going to have to act quickly to add that to your order for $39.95. Okay, I only had a limited number of remaining in stock of the light teal pearls. In fact, I've got 5 strands remaining in stock now. These deals are flying out the door. You've got to take advantage as quickly as possible, and there's no risk involved, because we have extended your money back guarantee till the end of January, so no problem at all. What did you say, sorry? 7, I thought you might do. Okay, we're going to stick with these sort of icy blue tones. Wow, this is gorgeous. This Apatite. Massive fan of Apatite at the moment. I've already shared my theory on air. Do you have a hunger for gemstones? If so,
I've only just got it, sorry.
Well, don't worry, because the abuse that I'm getting for my dad jokes tonight, the air's gone blue in the gallery. I'll keep them coming, I don't care what they say. 35 carats in total. These are top drill drops, again, classic cut. And you do get a fair bit of clearance between the tip of the gemstone and the drill hole, so you don't need to be too concerned by that. I think aquamarine is going to prove to be very, very popular gemstone in 2015. It has been adopted by the American sort of fashion jewellery designers, and see a lot of appetite on the American market. And every time I say that as well, a lot of our regular American viewers do add it to their order, so I think they're kind of agreeing with me. That's certainly how I've taken it. So they've obviously seen it on the catwalks or the red carpets, and so they understand that this is starting to build up a little bit of a reputation within the jewellery industry. Only a matter of time. And you know that as soon as it sort of explodes in popularity and everybody wants to own it, one or two things is going to happen. The price is going to go through the roof because the demand increases, or, which happens so often, as soon as everybody wants it, we can't find a deposit anymore. It always happens. Think about the likes of Tanzanite. Now that everybody wants it, we can't get hold of it. 35 carats in total. Once again, fantastic colour saturation. And here, you've got a little bit of a combination of colours really, from the sort of aquamarine blues up to the sort of lagoon tones, more of a tropical shading actually. You like apatite, Flair?
I do, yeah, and I'd never seen it till I started watching here.
Okay.
Never knew anything about it, but yeah, it comes in some beautiful colours, because like you say, it's got a nice tone of that blue as well, like a sea blue, you know, like a sea green blue.
I totally agree, that's how I always think of it as well. So sort of lagoon tone, sort of oceanic shade, isn't it? Yeah, very sort of Mediterranean blue, if you like. Absolutely spectacular. Again though, depending on what you match it up with, you can play on some of the more sky blue hues that are coming through there. Almost neon tones coming through actually. That's the most traditional colour hue to look for, and those particular varieties tend to demand huge sums of money. Yeah? Helena is liking this combination. I should just say, my producer Helena's a very glamorous lady, so if she's saying she'd like it, we're on to a winner. Have a look at the price point that we can offer you here on your Gems of Distinction strand of beautiful blue apatite. We're going to give you a price reduction. My earpiece is falling out, so I didn't really hear the last thing you said, but I'm sure it was insulting. $11.95. Wow, once again she's going to put the cost of your P&P back in your pocket to make this a completely risk-free shopping experience. You can understand why somebody's asked that question. Somebody just texts in to say, is this natural blue apatite? Yes, totally natural blue apatite. $8.95. As always, the price point's not representative of the quality that you're going to see here at JewelleryMaker, but it does allow us to offer you easily the greatest value on the market. And I'm thinking at that price point, premiere launch of Rainbow Moonstone coming up probably in about 5 or 10 minutes. Do you know what? Just going to move this to one side. Can you see the way the gemstone behaves when you move it in the light? So when you roll this gemstone in the light, and you see you get this kind of inner glow from the gemstone itself, and that's where you, that's where you get the variations in the colour hues. That's why from one angle it's going to look sky blue, from the other you're getting that sort of tropical green. Can you see that? Fantastic. Amazing quality and amazing carat weight for $8.95, under £10 for very, very popular gemstone. And I think that if you're investing in this gemstone now, you're going to be patting yourself on the back in about 6 months' time when you're starting to get personal commissions and people saying, can you get hold of that apatite that everybody wears these days? You can have it in stock already and avoid the clamour when the price starts to rise. Oh, great combination. This is a suggestion from one of our viewers for a design idea. Oh, we can go home. We're done. Look at that. Match made in heaven. Look at that. Do you like that, Pears? I think there was about 25 strands of the pearls. If you already started your order with those, that's a must-have at $8.95. Oh, love that combination. But as we did state, that it would look rather gorgeous alongside this strand of Rainbow Moonstone. It's a premiere launch, intended to happen in the final half an hour. We're going to do it right now. 65 carats of Rainbow Moonstone. The quality of this Rainbow Moonstone is spectacular. Look at this. Look at this rainbow. Whole spectrums of colour in every single gemstone. You see that? The blues, the purples, the golden tones, the greens, all coming through on each and every gemstone. On this occasion, the faceting is actually enhancing the way that adolescence comes through, isn't it? Oh, This is my birthstone, so I have a bit of a personal affiliation with this particular gemstone. But I think anybody that gets to experience that optical effect known as agilorescence falls in love with the gemstone itself. You were saying earlier, weren't you? We were talking about Labradorite, but I imagine it's a similar
exactly the same.
effect.
Yeah, exactly the same. People see it, can't believe that it's a natural gemstone, and fall in love with that beautiful blues that comes through it.
Yeah, I've just been having a look at the previous strand of Rainbow Moonstone that we offered you, and you can see there the agilorescence. Imagine these together. I love this strand, you know. I mean, just earrings. You could just create multiple earring designs and you'd be onto a massive profit maker there, wouldn't you?
Mm. Or do one of the wirework flowers like Rachel Norris when she puts those briolets in the middle.
Nice.
Because you get the blues out of that. That would be
or
stunning.
even a macrame ring setting, and you could have the gemstone sitting proud in the design, couldn't you? That's quite a classic look, isn't it? I hope that the agilorescence is coming through. I mean, we've had Rainbow Moonstone in the past where, thanks to studio lighting, we've struggled to show you any of the optical effect. It's always going to be stronger when you see it in the flesh, but actually we're not having any problem here, are we? Look at that. Whole rainbow of colour there, whole spectrums of beautiful agilorescence coming through on this beautiful strand of Rainbow Moonstone. Top quality Rainbow Moonstone, and again, this is a gemstone that I think people will be aware of, they will have some understanding of it. Very historical gemstone. It's been set into jewellery design since 100 AD. Yes, we're talking about sort of a gemstone here that's been revered for like 2,000 years. And they didn't just, you know, spot the agilorescence and think of this as something they could trade in. They started to set it into jewellery designs, instantly understood that this was going to be something luxurious. I mean, again, they did have some sort of alternative views about what might have happened here in terms of the agilorescence, but obviously as we started to understand the science behind it, it's exactly the same optical effect that you get from Labradorite, and you've got those beams of light bouncing around inside the gemstone, and literally those layers of elements that build up to create your moonstone, just dispersing that light and creating those splits of colour, those spectrums. Absolutely gorgeous. Look at this here on the base there. I mean, actually, you're normally hard pushed to find those sort of sunset colours in your agilorescence. Blue's more predominant. Now, regular viewers will already have started to dial the free phone number. You can get involved the second the graphics hit the screen. Now, when we actually brought you these faceted droplets earlier, I mean, again, the agilorescence is out of this world, but these were price reduced from $27.95 to $16.95. So we've already saved you £10 on this strand of Rainbow Moonstone, and that goes to show you the kind of price point that you should pay for moonstone of this quality. If you already love moonstone and you invest in that strand, I've already saved you £10. Why don't you put that towards this strand of Rainbow Moonstone? Or rather, why don't you let it pay for this strand of Rainbow Moonstone? $9.95 is your exclusive launch price for 65 carats of some of the finest quality Rainbow Moonstone we've ever seen. And I don't mean here at JewelleryMaker, I'm pretty convinced that this is about as good as you're going to get when it comes to Rainbow Moonstone. For $9.95, it's just spectacular. We actually did give this strand to Fleur, so she has created a beautiful set of jewellery. Yeah, we can see it right here on her desk actually, and make it a bit easier for me. Gorgeous.
And I've only used half a strand.
Really?
Still got half a strand left, yeah.
I mean, they're not small, are they? They're quite gem-heavy pieces on some of those. Particularly your bracelet design, love that. And the good thing about that design as well is that you would have that little bit of movement.
That's why I wanted it to move. That's why I did it in the tassel rather than stringing them so that they would move on the necklace, on the earrings, with those big shoulder Jenny Cleary earrings.
I'm going to grab those actually, because you've created that sort of chandelier style effect, the waterfall cascade there. It's emulated in the necklace design that you're looking at right now. Just have a look at these. They are gorgeous. You've only used 6 gemstones to create these. Can you imagine? You're not going to sell that for £10, that pair of earrings, are you?
No.
I mean, with your LBD for your Christmas do, jobs are good.
A findings kit, that's all you'd need.
Say again, sorry?
Just a findings kit to create everything.
So you've used the metre length of chain that you get in a traditional findings kit.
Yeah.
What kind of price point would you hope to achieve on a design like that?
About £15–20 for those earrings.
So you double your money using just 6 gemstones and a little bit of chain and a pair of shipper hooks, basically. Fantastic. I mean, not to detract from the design, sorry, Flo. It's absolutely gorgeous, but I'm just saying, you know, you don't need to go overboard with your technique if the gemstones are sort of standalones. That's what I mean. You want to showcase them, don't you?
Yeah, or they speak for themselves. You don't have to do anything. And sometimes simple looks just as nice as complex.
Yep, less is more, we were saying last night, and it can definitely be the case, especially if you do have a gemstone that is offering your design so much in terms of the optical effect. And you can see there, I mean, hopefully you've already experienced the sort of spectrum of agilurescence that we're seeing there. The blues, the greens, the violet tones, even the orange and golden shades coming through on this Moonstone as well. All available right now for $9.95. I mean, it's unheard of. Probably got about 20 or 30 people who have placed this premier strand of Rainbow Moonstone into their basket but have yet to check out. I'm going to let my good friend Pete inform you of what's going to happen if you dilly-dally. If you wait around, I've got a queue on the phone lines if people come through to buy 2s or 3s, because the thing is, if you don't check out and you miss it,
you miss out.
That's right. Heed his warnings. He doesn't mess around. You might miss out. $9.95 for 65 carats of Rainbow Moonstone. It just doesn't add up, does it? Actually, do you know what? How about this? Just one of these on the end of an extender chain for an open back dress.
Yeah.
And actually, it's the stone that's going to be noticed, probably. And you're adding value to your design. You've used one gemstone, and you've probably helped to justify the price point because they can see that attention to detail from start to finish. $9.95. Don't forget, I can't guarantee that we'll be able to honour that launch price at 9 AM tomorrow morning, but right now you can take advantage of that deal. So if you have added it to your basket, please check out to avoid disappointment. You've got until the end of January to make your final decision. Okay, let's move on to our next deal. And don't forget, just to let you all know, I think we've got about 7 or 8 strands of aquamarine remaining in stock. It's $39.95 for the next 20 minutes or so. So, I mean, if you missed out on the launch, then why not grab it now? Or if you have been umming and ahhing, please get it home. There's no obligation to buy. You can always send it back. But when you see it in the flesh, you will fall in love. We're going to move on. Ooh, now these, we touched upon the idea earlier of maybe introducing the hobby of jewellery making to your youngsters over the Christmas period. I know they're going to get lots of things to play with. Well, I've got a toddler, so we'll probably be playing with the boxes. But you know, you find that little period between New Year's, after Christmas, before New Year's, that's when they seem to get a little bit bored because there's lots of stuff going on, there's lots of adults around, generally intoxicated, and you know, giving somebody a little bit of a creative outlet can be quite empowering, really, especially for a youngster. You know, and sometimes as well, I mean, you can understand that I would relate to this. Some people are a little bit lacking in confidence. Okay, I'm not one of those people, but my daughter is sometimes a little bit shy. And I think the great thing about a hobby like jewellery making is that not only do you get to master certain skills, and it improves your sort of motor skills, doesn't it, if you're developing, but also you get a finished article at the end of it. I would say this, if you think about other hobbies, like, you know, if you send your daughter out to play hockey, she comes back, did you win or did you lose? I mean, that's the only question you can ask, really, when you're going out to do a sporting event. But with something like this, something creative, you get a finished product. So you can always have that feeling of accomplishment, if you like.
And it teaches them patience to stick with something. Because I've got 3 children, and my middle one and my oldest one, they lose interest, but when they're jewellery making, they'll sit for hours.
So it's actually improving their sort of attention span, their focus for a certain task. There you go, you can see. I mean, I could sit down with my 3-year-old and happily colour graduate this, and he'd just be in his element, say, oh, that one's green, Daddy, that one's pink. So I find this quite an interesting strand. Although we focused on that side of things, but actually, if you do look at this, in terms of the depth of colour you've got there, they're almost gemstone colours, aren't they? Chrome dioxide greens, ruby reds, peridot greens, as well as sort of London blue topaz tones there. So they're quite dramatic, sort of grown-up colours, but the variations allow you to be maybe a little bit more playful, a bit more contemporary. They also have the inclusion, so you get that little bit of texture, you get a difference in the way the light will actually move through the gemstone, and easy to work with. Those 10mm plain rounds, we discussed this earlier, didn't they? When you're trying a new discipline or when you're just starting, you need those larger rounds because they make the techniques a little bit easier to master. Over 250 carats of multicoloured crackled quartz here, and again, and add it to your order price, $6.95. We are starting to approach the very end of the show now, so these could be some of your final opportunities to add to your 1p&p per day, and you know, it may be late,
but the deals are great. They're great.
That's right. Listen to Pedro. He won't take
really good.
Wasted behind the camera.
Sorry?
Wasted behind the camera.
Don't say that, I've got bills to pay. Pete, stay where you are. Think about it. Unbelievable. You jumping my grave this quick, son?
Maybe.
Never mind jumping it, he's digging it for me. 260 carats for $6.95. I'm going to leave that one with you and we're going to move on. Again, we've got this beautiful Magnesite, this time in the ruby red and plum tones. Still get the golden inclusions on the surface. It really looks like I can't get over the idea that it's like gold leaf. I used gold leaf recently on a dessert I was making. Yes. Sorry? Yeah. Put it on the top of a chocolate fondant. Yeah. And it was gooey inside and everything. Nailed it. But it's not an easy thing to master, making a little fondant. But let's get back to the gemstones. These are almost, again, like your sort of holly berries. They've got that depth of colour, that sort of ruby red, ranging into a sort of red wine tone. There is a depth of colour there. It's like a plum tone. But you've got that metallic tone on the surface. Gorgeous Magnesite tones there. 10mm plain rounds, but this time they're top drilled. So they're going to hang slightly differently, give you different options.
The perfect rings.
Ah,
because they'll, like a cocktail ring, will stand up.
Absolutely.
The way that it's, so you can wire wrap all the way around the base of it and create a setting with your wire.
Yes, and again the hole will act as the anchor for your wire.
Yeah.
You won't see that part of it because of the way it's going to be set. They're really popular looks, aren't they, on the high street?
Yeah.
Do you know what? You find like the plastic cocktail rings and some of these sort of high street accessory shops, they want £10–20 for a bit of plastic.
I bought a glass one, I'm ashamed to say, about 3 years ago from one of those charm shops, and it was £75 in its glass.
Well, do you know what? You're not alone. Lots of people who don't know that these opportunities are available think that that is the only chance that they have. You can start to offer your customers genuine gemstones, but at a fraction of the cost that people will pay for synthetics or even glass and plastic on the high street. 160 carats of your red Magnesite rounds, top drilled, 10mm in size, and another add it to your order price, $6.95. Unbelievable. I'm really impressed with how many add it to your order prices we've been able to bring you this evening. Look at that. You can see that little bit of gold on the surface there. Again, those kind of imperfections on the surface are what allow you to create unique designs. No two are going to be the same. $6.95, absolutely out of this world. I would say unrivaled from any other supplier, especially when Fleur's telling us that you can pay high double-figure sums for just glass jewellery.
For just a glass bead like that.
Amazing.
Just set as that is, just in sterling silver.
Really?
Yeah.
There you go. Well, it's all right now,
flog it and buy it. I could buy quite a few strands.
Yeah, I think you probably could for £75, especially if Helena's around. Okay, moving on. Okie dokie. And we're going to give you another opportunity to invest in January's birthstone now. Some people are going to be planning for the new year already. Are you one of these organised people?
I'm here. Well, I'm here on New Year's Eve.
Are you?
So I'm not going out. Yeah, but if I was going out, I'd make some going out jewellery in that.
On the Late Show?
No, I'm on the Designer Inspiration Show.
Ah, everyone's abandoning me. I'm on the Late Show.
I have to do a double, won't I? And then just go through and come and join
I would love that. I think you probably deserve to go home, actually, come 5 o'clock. Have a look at this, because I do believe that I think most of the people you're selling your designs to will associate Garnet with this kind of red tone.
Yeah.
And we are starting to think about Garnet as one of these more prestigious gemstones, aren't we? Don't know if anybody was lucky enough to see the Gems TV documentary that aired on ITV a few weeks ago. But basically, I think Steve, the owner of the company, was starting to think about the idea of finding more exclusive varieties of Garnet, basically trying to find the new Tanzanite, the one that is going to capture people's imaginations, the one that is going to present that feeling of luxury to the wearer. And it was a variety of Garnet they discovered, and so you might find that in the near future Garnet is another of those gemstones that is growing in popularity, growing in prestige, and growing in price, I would have thought, as well. Tends to be the way of it. Now, as I say, you do get those mandarin garnets that give you the tangerine tones, and you get the Zavarite garnets that give you the greens, but I think most people associate Garnet with these red tones, and Rhodolite garnet is one of the most prominent that's used on the market. It gives you this gorgeous purple hue as well. It's almost, again, like a red wine tone. It's a real depth of colour that you've got there. But actually on this strand, because it's been polished, you are almost getting those sort of strawberry reds coming through as well. So it's really beautiful strand of gemstones. And of course, sometimes January babies can be a bit neglected. It could be nice to create a nice piece of birthstone jewellery for a January baby. If you want to get involved with this deal, I'm afraid it is a little bit limited in edition, but you know what that means. Just get on the phone lines early, put yourself to the front of the queue. This was launched only a few days ago, and already we're down to limited availability. So currently on our website, this is available for $19.95, but we are going to honour the launch price this evening. So we're going to give everybody the second bite of the cherry. Cherry reds, Garnet. $12.95. I was thinking you were going to go to like $17.95. That's a hefty saving on the launch price there. Wow. But actually, I mean, at $19.95, still incredible value, but at $12.95, it's a no-brainer, really, isn't it? I mean, what would you do with this one?
Garnet and pearls. Yeah.
Right
or the
there.
silver ones, or the purpley ones that we had before, the plum. You know,
Ooh, I like that combination. Because then you're going to draw those purple hues from the garnet.
Yeah.
Yes. Fleur, I love your design suggestions this evening. They've all been perfect. Love that. That's gorgeous, isn't it?
I'd probably do like a cluster of the garnet and then add it to the necklace at the end, you know, like a pendant.
Do you know what you could do with that as well? If you did set that, you could almost put that on a little bolt ring clasp, and you could make it
off,
an addition, couldn't you? So you've got your everyday strand of pearls, and then when you're going out,
a little charm carrier type thing,
add your little garnets to it. $12.95 is the launch price for this strand. It was seen a few days ago, but we are now bringing you the last of stock opportunity, but we're honouring the original price point. A definite add it to your order deal there. Gems of Distinction Garnet in probably what I would consider to be the most traditional colour tone, but for $12.95. We're going to leave that one with you, and we're actually going to give you a chance to own Spessartite Garnet. Now this is actually quite reminiscent of the variety of garnet that Steve discovered in Tanzania when he was on the ITV documentary. Doesn't it look like that Tulele garnet that we saw? Those kind of mandarin and tangerine hues that are coming through. Spessartite garnet here. Now some people might be thinking, oh, I was in agreement with you, Ed. I thought that garnet only came in red. Now, garnet's an interesting gemstone. It's actually not a type of gemstone. It's not a gemstone family. It's more of a sort of species, and it's because you get variations in the chemical composition that give you these variations in the colour. So, you know, if you get more iron, you might get an orange garnet. If you get more chromium, you might get Zavarite, so sort of like a green garnet. This particular strand of garnet comes from a very, very sought after variety. It's known as Spessartite. Very, very rare. When this was originally discovered, they found it in North Africa, I think it was Namibia, where it was originally discovered. And it actually posed a bit of a problem because the deposit we found got depleted within, well, weeks or months, very, very quickly. And of course, in this region where they discovered it, it was very, very underdeveloped. There were no roads there, so they're thinking, if we want to get this out of the ground, if we want to find more Spessartite garnet, we're going to have to build roads, get diggers and roads. So we're going to have to build an entire infrastructure before we start actually mining for the gemstone. And they kind of gave up on the idea. Around the same time, they found another deposit in another region of the world. And so, you know, they were worried that this was going to be a short-lived thing, if you like, but we have managed to bring you Spessartite garnet. It's not a variety of garnet we're going to see every day here on Jewellery Maker. And for the last in stock, once again, we're going to take this to the lowest ever price to make this particular strand as accessible as possible. Currently available for $21.95. We're not going to stay there, but this price point will only be available for the next 60 minutes, down to $17.95 this evening. Another add it to your order price when you think about the sort of prestige that's attached to these particular variety of garnet. Actually, an interesting consideration for the likes of Spessartite garnet is that some people will shy away from wearing red garnet. It might not suit their skin tone or the hair colour. It's quite a bold colour, isn't it? And often redheads won't wear red gemstones. No. Perfect solution, because this would be perfect for redheads. Those sort of strawberry blonde ladies that would definitely benefit from wearing Spessartite garnet. And I do think January babies deserve something special, and Spessartite garnet's definitely where it's at. Clearance price of $17.95 on your Spessartite garnet. We're going to move on because we do have one more wholesale bundle to bring you this evening. I will just say very, very limited on the aquamarine now. So, you know, that price point's going to run out in about 5 or 6 minutes. If you are interested, get it home. You've got until January to make your final decision. Who would like this combination of colours, Helena? Honestly. Is it made just for me? Made with me in mind. I don't think I'm alone in thinking that feminine colour tones are going to be popular in gemstone jewellery.
I love those pinks.
Love, again, the transition, isn't it? Because you've got the pastel pinks there, the sort of rose pinks, coming from your rose quartz, known as the gemstone of true love. So that's a nice sort of connotation to attach to your jewellery design, isn't it? Then you've got these gorgeous hot pink coated shell nuggets. So you get that almost pearlescence from the finish on the shell itself, because you've got the natural nacre from the shell anyway that gives you that colour play, but then the coating's just helping to enhance that, isn't it? I mean, they almost do look like cultured pearls, especially with the baroque shapes, but they are in fact reconstituted shells, so it's quite interesting. Still quite weighty considering it's shell.
I was going to say, they feel just like real pearls.
They do,
well.
Absolutely. Like this because it sort of gives you that transitional strand, it ties it all together. This is your white magnesite masquerading as howlite in my view, because at first I thought it was howlite. It's actually magnesite that's been made to sort of created to imitate the look that you get on howlite, where you've got that silver webbing or matrix on the surface. They range in size from 10 by 8 to 15 by 12, and then love this because you've got very organic shapes here, and we were talking about this earlier, weren't we? The idea of having one uniform strand that just brings it all together, makes the design a little more cohesive. And so these are your pink quartz puffy coins. They're 9mm in dimensions, giving you 120 carats in total. Four strands of gemstones here, pretty in pink, all the feminine tones, and they're available right now. Really? Okay, I thought this was the price point because it's so... This is incredible value, so should be £14.80. We're not even saying that. We're going to take this as low as we possibly can this evening. Less than £3 per strand for pink quartz, your white magnesite, your shell pearl nuggets, and your rose quartz. Can I just show you how many rose quartz you've got in that strand? Look at that, it's like a skipping rope, isn't it? Rose quartz, very, very popular, particularly at craft fairs, because the connotations attached to quartz, with it being the gemstone of true love, but also for any of these sort of crystal healing properties that people associate with quartz as well, tends to make it quite popular. So we're going to move over now and have a look at what Fleur's been doing with these. Is this the kind of bundle you'd be drawn to?
Yes, it would, especially that hot pink.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd have that straight away. But even just these little earrings, just 2 of the coins with a little bit of just a chainmail rosette, but you don't have to do that. just 2 coins.
It's a bit of detailing, isn't it? Adds value to your design, and I love it set into the rose gold as well. £10.95 for 4 strands of gemstones there, and you can see here that, I mean, you haven't even scratched the surface of that bundle.
I've not even used 2 strands, and I've just taken 2 off of the coins, and I've just put 1 on there, just to show that even if you did buy the pearls, you don't have to use them all into a classic pearl necklace. You can just put 1 on a chain.
Bit more of a contemporary finish to the design as well. You can imagine sort of, you know, teenage niece, for example, that would be able to wear that as an everyday design, really. Okay, just enough time for me to thank everybody for joining us this evening. Hopefully we've made it worth your while. Helena for all her amazing price points, Bruce for directing the show, and of course Pete and Sam, without, you know, couldn't say anything better than Fleur's designs. Great inspiration. Just enough time for me to say thank you and good night.